them for all Salon people and then party them. Sierra Leone Media will be bringing you a variety of programs ranging from documentaries to discussions, interviews, news, views, sports, and entertainment. Our programs will contain matters on development, governance, the economy, and issues that are of importance to Sierra Leone. So, no left BNO because we get Bebe program then like Salon discussion, meets the ministers, the president's hour, and the Gladi program. Look me, I look you. All this they start soon na www.sierragemedia.org. Now who's tem these?
Hello, my name is Josephine Kamara. I'm the founder of You Can Do It Foundation. You Can Do It Foundation is a charitable organization based in Sierra Leone, West Africa. You Can Do It Foundation has been in existence for the past 2 years. We have been fighting gender-based violence against women and girls within the community. During the past 2 years, we have been offering psychosocial support, counseling, court fee, medical fee, including school items to the survivors of gender-based violence. However, during the lockdown of COVID-19, report received and confirmed that rape cases among a minor has increased tremendously within our community. Because of this, You Can Do It Foundation has secured the land to build an accommodation for the survivors of rape. However, this may almost become impossible without your generous support. We need your help to build this home for the survivors. Your help could be in cash or in kind. If you wish to join us to make a difference in a child's life, please go to our website, which is www.youcandoitcyf.org, or you can go to our GoFundMe page, which is Home of Hope for the survivors of gender-based, or you can contact us with the details at the end of this video. We thank you greatly for your generous support, and thank you once more for making a difference in a child's life.
When I was a kid growing up in Sierra Leone, my neighbor had a small TV. The television was beaming these images about famine, war, about diseases.
There was a silent majority suffering.
I am fed up with that kind of news. We can use culture and art to change mind and hearts and inspire.
Pride. This is big, man. This has great magnitude. Sometimes I feel afraid. I feel terrified when I think of the project.
Tito! What are they, Tito?
We are nowhere near what we want for day.
I want this. I want it. I want it.
I want this thing for succeed, Koji.
This place fail and die.
Is this a curse or what?
People like you that make Sierra Leone the way it is.
Don't give me blow. But you are this way, don't give me blow.
Oh man, just did lie, blame.
These are the things that resurrect this country.
We need to move this nation forward. We're going to need to plant a better future.
Akikola be second to last project. He died at the last. Rest assured, my brother.
I love my country, but I usually say Sierra Leone is the country I hate to love. I do love my country, but my God, it's painful. So this, to me, the anger is not because my father and others have been killed and laid here. The anger is coming that we are not learning. We are making the same mistakes all the time. All the time, we're making the same mistakes.
Talk and go, talk and come. Now if only want for see Freetown in clean one. Now if only want.
Bless Akisoya. What you do the comrade for me na gongo atama Akisoya. Now, beginning to go school free. They pay school fee. Pass some for make lunch for we picking there. They will dress up today and go school. No they pay school fee. Nothing no they will begin at that school. So for that side we tell the mommy thank you.
I get one project where they say for clean the city. So a call we with the woman there within at Susan's Bay. We take part and that cleaning day.
Africa surge. Now one thing we I don't think say anybody they don't think so we will get seen like that's a Freetown. And it's so impressive. I don't go look them. Very impressive. We will not ever get seen like that around it.
The mayor and donor partners them like Gold Sierra Leone and DFID when on a FCDU. They come up the initiative for develop and build this plant. We don't get a positive impact na Freetown.
And also, even Akisoya, the mayor, come with Freetown the Freetown project for make Freetonians them plant 1 million trees. So Freetown go green again.
As the mayor come take in this market for make it go down and for we are so happy as a charity because we get some difficulties na the old markets where we been get. We don't take 100 years now. We been get plenty challenges in that market.
Me na be students because of money business. I be go out of studies, but this particular project don't make I continue with my academic studies. This particular project don't make I able to take care of my family them. This particular project make I able to pay me rent house, water rate, pay me water rate, light bill, and help other people them.
Now you they get them and then they make them small garden, even though they're in a city, they still don't show them how to do gardening. So it's very impressive.
There's a lot of love and togetherness in the air, and I just hope it will continue so, because as people of Sierra Leone, we really now people the way we like we safe and we like we country.
The 12 tribes are together, and there is no tribalism at all. There is that cohesiveness.
Are you contesting for the university?
Yes, I am.
I'm running for mayor of Freetown.
In 2020?
I am.
You're running again?
I am.
Are you still running for a second term?
I am running. And I will say I am running for mayor of Freetown City Council.
This is Yvonne Akisoya, former mayor of Freetown. I want to tell you all boku thank you for the support when I give me during my tenure in our office. And today, on International Women's Day, I want for tell una say, me Yvonne Akisoya, the run back for the mayor in June 2023. I dey ask for una all support. Let we continue the journey for Transform Freetown.
I love my country, baby. It's a long, it's a long. Now we're going this. Cloud Diamond. Africa D-Black.
Sweet alone, what a beautiful love. We fall like unto the bone, cause if it well, Insai we go. Sweet alone, what a beautiful love. We fall like unto the bone, cause if it well, Insai we go. Everybody me say well done. If we always country so strong, everybody me say stand up. If you like salon, say yeah, 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 yeah. Then say yeah, 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 yeah. Then say yeah. So good in the morning, the land is just gloomy, the moon is going, the cloud is forming, the cocks are crowing, dew is falling, the bags are coming, everybody running. Inside Switzerland today, the land is yummy. See the mommy they cooking fufu, the party smoking cigarettes. Rajo they watch baby musu, we they find out the countries. Right in West Africa, on the Atlantic Ocean. Inside this land, so much I can boast of. Look at the good plantation, from the beach I get meditation. Make me not wear this nation, I get L-O-V-E for me alone. Yeah, for me alone. Love is alone, sweet alone. What a beautiful love. We fall like unto the bone, cause if it well, Insai we go. Sweet alone, what a beautiful love. We fall like unto the bone, cause if it well, Insai we go. Everybody me say well done. If we own this country so strong, everybody me say stand up. If you like salon, say yeah, 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 yeah. Then say yeah, 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 yeah. Then say yeah.
I know a L-O-V-E, Sierra Leone. Was a L-O place where sweet like gold. We got diamond, boxer, silver and gold. So that we make count for the young and old. I mean for let we serve, help we serve. Also you come for the bars, you want for put chest. Peace, love and unity, now for put first. For the jealousy and watch, or that don't make sense. Togetherness is one, but wait for we success. So get up and go walk, and sit down for the top. I criticize the government just for mix up. But life on the pace, so we need for put stop. Life for hustle for you all, no matter how you struggle the bone. This life without pain, not easy, not in the zone. Just forget to live in who myself can go slow. We like to say I go, I never forget about this all.
Sweet alone, what a beautiful love. We fall like unto the bone, cause if it well, Insai we go. Sweet alone, what a beautiful love. We fall like unto the bone, cause if it well, Insai we go. Everybody me say well done. If we own this country so strong, everybody me say stand up. If you like salon, say yeah, 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 yeah. Then say yeah, 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 ooh, then say yeah.
We all remember say, sweet alone how we each and every one God take care of his own. We all remember say, this country now we each and every one for take care of us alone.
I will exalt thee, realm of the free. Great is the love where I get for so long. I got enough track of one for maintaining this land. No matter the situation,
I get love for salon. I go tin up every day, no day pamphlet. Placing a picking go school, make it go land the boo. I don't owe me all like farmer, put the country part up for any attack. Me the way me boo. I go tin up every day, no day pamphlet. Placing a picking go school, make it go land the boo. I don't owe me all like farmer, put the country part up for any attack. Me the way me boo. Sweet alone, what a beautiful love. We fall like unto the bone, cause if it well, whose side we go. Sweet alone, what a beautiful love. We fall like unto the bone, cause if it well, whose side we go. Everybody me say well done. If we own this country so strong, everybody me say stand up. If you like salon, say yeah, 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 yeah. Then say yeah.
Hello, and welcome to another edition of Sierra Leone Media Live on YouTube and Facebook. And welcome to the Wednesday edition winner How the Go Inside the Republic. Well, the Republic has been a place within the past couple of days where we get so much tension, but I believe the tension we've been in at the Republic don't lessen a little bit. And now we want to talk about that tension because we should see this not the right time for talk about the tension will be there happen at the Republic. So I want to say thank you to the viewers of on YouTube and Facebook. And today I may likely be doing a monologue show because Juma will likely join me later on. You know, say always there on some mission, and they're on one of the missions they will always assign them to. I'll get my colleague on the line today. We now Mr. Bakumi Pama. He could join me later on as I bring and come into various different things that we're going to talk about in regards to how they go inside the Republic. So I hope so now all gets a lovely weekend. We don't pass, and I hope say when I all been there at the health show 5 years anniversary, and when I see exactly what in the health show is all about and how much people appreciate the fact say it's good to talk about health related issues within our community because that's something very important for every single one of us. Because if we not take the health very seriously, then we are making a big mistake within ourselves. But that's not the health show, and we how they go inside the Republic today, where they talk about various different things. But one of the flagship topic for today's program now the fact say the APC political party belonging in flag bearer, when our Dr. Wilson Samoa Kamara, and we don't wait for almost 2 weeks for make a call in running mates. Eventually, they don't call it in running mates, so the running mates drama we've been there within the APC party for the past couple of weeks has been resolved when Cherino Ramadan Majuba. When we talk about today, they will talk about the reason for possibly the delay, then our own opinion, and then we can talk about what thing will be the benefits of Cherino Ramadan Majuba within the ticket of running alongside Dr. Samuel Kamara. How it will benefit the party, how it will be at advantage or disadvantage. Let's have a discussion on it because there is a lot of concerns raised by so many different people and within the community the whole day, especially in the diaspora, about enroll within the party and how it will change what thing will be the end results of the election. This election is going to be a very interesting one, interesting in so many different ways. We see the outcome of the selection of Cherino Ramadan Majuba, and we see what's at the reaction of the political parties and their supporters, them both from the grassroots and all levels within their party structure. The second one I want to talk about now, the drama where they also happen within the Republic, where there's a lot of stuff happening these past couple of days. We notice where we see on social media platforms, on various different platforms. And sometimes we want to ask questions, whose side we country they led to. Because we see a lot of stuff we happen, I think so we need to talk about today, but I will bring them coming slowly as we go along. And we also see what's happened with the LJ case, say it's been adjourned to Friday, and we wait for results for see what's in Adrian Fisher when the judge for that particular case they get for pass what judgment he might go to pass on the day. Although he don't read speculation, say this is something that he might go down for 20 years or more, which I think is a bit of a surprise and shock to almost everybody within the country and outside the country for make a crime of that nature be punished for that amount of time with Justice Adrian Fisher, the highlights. But anyway, that is up for discussion, and we'll discuss and see exactly what's in the take of reveals them on this particular matter. We also see the new campaign strategy of the First Lady, they go all over the country for shape, sanitary pads, and we understand they break along a couple of years ago, TV, I'm not too sure when, because there are so much activities happening right now where we don't know which one of the activities they'll focus on, because there are many. And also, there's another serious topic of discussion we want for make we raise now so today. We related to the fact say we have a new so-called airport. I don't know whether it's a new airport or new terminal. The president, they say one thing, the members of parliament, they say another thing, the minister of information, they say something totally different. But anyway, don't go too far. Like, welcome. I will talk say, we send Kotojima on special assignments. It'll be like an FBI now for you. I don't know what it was say, but with no doubt, I'll introduce to you Kotojuma Ba. We don't join me at the studio right now from another assigned mission. We don't mean for saying mission on done so quick. But anyway, over to you, Kotojuma Ba. Say hello to Beard and tell them whose mission where you don't abandon within the shortest period of time we don't assign out to you for appearing at this platform. Over to you.
Hello, Famulem. On a good afternoon, good evening, good morning, and good night, depending on whose part today. Welcome to another edition of How They Go. I'm happy to be here again, and thank you to Tibo and Femi for being the front face and continue for do the Agba. I know, I'm the boy in the team. Then just send me. So when they send me, I begin to do one thing, then they tell me, say, Paddy man car back. Can't do this first and go back. So the mission not done it. And we know about mission it. I just break, we take tactical break, So we regroup and re-strategize. So now that make a comeback. But now mission 2023.
Mission 2023. Now the tagline behind this mission?
Yes, mission 2023.
Yes. Juma in statement say he abandoned an assigned mission. We're not complete yet, but he'll go and continue and finish them soon. But he just feels the paramount to make he can't join this accomplished mission who this guy for put together for local run. For owner, really watch me and the Sierra Leone media platform inside the topic program headline, how do you go? Do you go inside the Republic? But actually, I've been a bit biased because when we don't sit down today, we don't start with me. I don't introduce someone. I can't introduce you. Now the best for the mission. So that bring out my own brother, my own Creole blood. Oba Femi, Oba Pama. Over to you, Mr. Pama. Say hello to viewers and let me get your view of what's in the mission where Juma don't come up on assigned dismissal or on assigned awol. Over to you.
I know awolo, I withdraw and can't strategize again. That's all.
So assigned withdrawal. So is mandate to say that assigned withdrawal now you make?
Yes.
All right, good. So over to you, Mr. Pama.
Hello guys, can you hear me?
Loud
and clear.
All right, great. Before I welcome Juma and T-Boy to the platform, I want to tell we family and thank you and welcome them first. You guys, without you, we would not be here. So we happy for una clap for ourselves. But again, once again, at the reminder, say make una share the program to una network them, make una help we for grow this platform because you know we appreciate it. I don't do so far. We don't go, but we want to go some more. We want to make this boku labo Juma and T-Boy can talk so make it reach places. But Juma, welcome. You know, we miss you at the start, at the pre-show. T-Boy don't make a laugh. Serious one. We ready for go live. All it they make a laugh. I mean, for stop and start other adverts them just because some T-Boy been hamburging at the place. So thank God we don't get same person in Juma. We don't come for can team T-Boy little bit. So,
yay, same person. I like that.
I tell you, you are glad for it today.
Yes.
So for viewers again, welcome on board. It's always an honor to have you guys. As T-Boy said, the weekend we were out. We were doing the Health Show live in an event space in London, and doing the join me online. Thank you. The one day we can at the venue. Thank you, Juma. I wish you were there. You'd have learned a lot. Me, I learned beaucoup. I always say nurses there, then doctor then say, and somebody talk about nutrition. We make her understand. But putting them way, you know, it say we for take the way to they put inside our body. It say if we not look after way to they put inside our body. See, remember the balance. I get offend that statement because the statement was so powerful, Juma. But I learned because I say I learned one other thing we then say antiperspirants. You know, we for take the how they go bam, especially they roll on them because they block your pores. And basically, if your body they try to get rid of certain toxins them, and you pause them block, the toxins and get for go on side. So then we'll go form other thing, other side will cause complication. So one of the advice we didn't give you, not for the roll on. But I say we learned a lot, and the other two are learn Juma. Say Sarah Jem don't begin get fans them boku na this warrior. So people then they tell we how do original public, then they tell we could share for what they do. So man they not let go to they do, not all man let go to they do. So some man and they cost you all original. There was a couple of guys that we say una not the try, but majority of the people are happy with what we're doing and are saying thank you to us. So I would like to say thank you to them as well, because really and truly, if we not get an audience, we not go there soon. Over to you, T-Boy.
Mama for disrespect me and talk say me a Chris, but never mind. You know, say the Chris one is mostly and then it's a good side the direction in turn. The one who not create and it's a good side the wrong direction. But eventually some more it's a good side the right direction. More left no more. But Juma, what's your take on today's program? I want to give a quick brief highlight of what we talk about today. One, now the drama of the APC running mate is over. Two, there's a lot of other saga that will happen within the within Sierra Leone, and I believe say most of them in the Latino only for talk about. I also mentioned the LJ saga of what's in happened with the judgments where Justice Adrian Fisher for pass on Friday, even though you don't make them known say LJ might go down for long if convicted for a crime of that nature compared to what's in some of the crimes then where they happen at Salon when they walk away free. And I also make mention of the new wave of campaign we now for share sanitary pass by the first lady. You see, I want to call her vice president. That that's
You can still call her. You can still call her first lady and vice president.
not just vice president, first lady and president and vice president. I will get to see that. And what's in the new tactics of campaign strategy we don't embark on for go all over the country and share sanitary pads. So my question on that is sanitary pad enough to gain your votes? But what's your take on all those topic of discussion for today's program?
Well, I think heated and it will be interesting, and I think they're timely. That's why we call this program "How they go inside the Republic." These are the issues. This is within the trend right now, so we have to discuss it from our own perspective, and definitely we would like for you with view as their own angle on things. And because everything we discuss now, they affect we all directly or indirectly. And one thing possibly that you did not mention, we possibly are one for C. If we have time, we'll touch on it, or maybe we'll find another time, is the issue of the bank governor, Professor Kelfala Kalon. And
forget that, but it's important. We should talk about it.
We don't know whether he's been sacked, he's been sent on leave, but for the first time we see a government they smuggle for make decision, which I don't know administratively if it's correct, because when they were appointing him, it was publicized that he was appointed as bank governor. So if he's going to be suspended, expelled, sacked, or whatever the name they want to call it, it would be nice to inform the public, because this guy controls the purse of the country. Now, in charge of the consolidated revenue fund, the money we all salon people learn, they put inside, the money we all they pay tax, the money we business people learn. So he's the bank governor, the governor of the Bank of Sierra Leone, the central bank. So we would like to know what happened to that kind of person, whether good, bad, or ugly. You don't keep the public at bay, or you make let people and they speculate unnecessarily. And then, you say, so possibly we'll talk about that at some point if we have time. Not just that I add, but the topics them are in place, and there's so much to talk about. I'm here with you today.
Lots to talk about. We'll start with the flagship topic, we now the fact say, una party, you party. Finally, don't get a running mate. So what's your take on that? So first, the running mate position has been declared, and it goes in favor of Honorable Cheno Ramadan Maduba, we all know as Chei Kuku. How you feel on that day? What about the nerves before, the nerves 2 weeks ago, and the nerves at the peak of it on Monday after so much cancellation here and there, and then eventually it did happen on Monday. At a very crucial time back again on Monday, where APC gets a huge and bereaved situation at hand. How do you feel on that day when the announcement was made at the party office?
Well, I want to say first, may the soul of a brother, comrade, and a Sierra Leonean, we don't serve Salon at the highest level. We don't fly the green, white, and blue. The late Leslie Allen, that in soul rest in peace. That's all in good work we don't do, and sacrifices for Sierra Leone, let it not go in vain. That's in intention, because he became a politician at the end of the day, in intention for serve. We pray that intention, the other people then go carry that. And when I see, where he died, the first day I remember we had a meeting with him in 2018 at the Victoria Park.
Yep.
And where then we get an issue with
the other list guy back in
exactly. Now that make I want to mention that. So Keru, where they end up be the we end up getting the symbol, because they all Leslie Allen and they compete for that symbol day. Yeah. So Keru got the symbol, and then they appoint Leslie Selebi Keru campaign manager. So it wasn't his time, but he was willing to serve. He served, he helped. We're part of that meeting because they consult with for help there with some media communication and other campaign strategic advice. So we were there as consultants. I just want to let people understand. So nice guy. And I happened to see him in December, actually. We had him at in Cam, na American, also one of the states that might be happen for the day. So may so rest in peace. He meant well for Sierra Leone. He don't give all, and that's why.
And we also therefore make mention of the fact, say, they refuse him a civic funeral, because I think that's very important for us to talk about.
Which is sad. It is sad. Really, really sad for Sierra Leone that because of politics, people they go that low, even to die, man. Even to die, man, we're not supposed to get for comeback. Now it's just the right thing to do. If you give Junior Tumbu, may he so rest in peace, a civic funeral, why not give Leslie Allen a civic funeral? We Insai been served is a captain Leonsters, a win cup for Leonsters. He played at the highest level. The first zone 2, he was part of that team that went. They talk about Sierra Leone football history, and you omit Leslie Allen in name. Sure. So that was really sad that they decided to do that. But hey,
well, we'll talk about that in the program.
Yeah, this is all showing. But coming to the Israel Maker mentioned this now for highlight the importance of the person we have been part of the APC, where they be the buried that day. And we see the crowd, we see the turnout for PM in last respect. So it was a mixed feeling. You have some people that will say, hey, why don't I go announce that in there? But life dynamic. We all know say death is inevitable, but life still have to go on. There are other things where you don't schedule. They're not going to stop completely because death don't take place or other thing, Then don't the party do their own right, then go to the family, pay respect, give them condolences and whatever. They did a civic laying for the forum the evening before, and then participate fully in the burial. So in the morning hours, they jubilated after the announcement of the running mate, and then immediately the running mate, the presidential aspirant and big party people go join the funeral procession and continue that, because that job done, then get other duties for perform. So what people need to understand is this: if you criticize that, then you're not fair, because when you become a government, when you're in governance, you get multiple roles. You get for go burying, you get for go do photo opportunity, you get for go sign serious paper for government. All of those things happen at the same time, and you have to ready for all those kind of things. So for me, that part I'm not getting nothing for criticize, but I was happy. I want to say congratulations to Honorable Cheno Ramadan Majuba, that he was selected. And I think based on we previous conversation, because we discussed that where the attention been there, that we agree that he was the best choice for the APC for so many reasons. So for me, it was a good day for the APC. I think they don't put that argument to rest, because that thing was hanging on their heads. The party not for be able to do much, whilst that one day is still pending. People wanted it to happen 24 hours before, as soon as they named the running mate. But things change. We don't know the internal dynamics. We don't know what the party they deal with. There are other things. And when they manage something, we get for deal with other people and feelings, you get for take your time. One of the notices we will see come out now that they consider 5 women and 6 men there for the position. 11 people were vetted. Because if it's UK or here, you will say, then they vet them, meaning for look at, waiting, make them better past the other person. So 11 people were vetted for that position. And at the end of the day, the party, the flag bearer, get convincingly believe, say, with and Honorable Chei Koko, now the tickets, go give them an edge for win the elections. NAC endorsed that, and we saw the jubilation, we saw the things way happen. So I don't think they made a mistake at all.
Okay.
That's my take. I don't know what's in you don't take.
Well, the judgment is not about making a mistake. And my take, I think, has always been the same. Wherein we look at the the best candidate suited for the position. I think I overheard somewhere within the social media or somewhere else that it is a position that is not meant to be campaigned for. Was there any campaign behind it? Because I don't think there should be, or there was.
So what you go say is this. You don't campaign for it because it's not an elected position, not a position in the elect. So it left with the flag bearer or the presidential candidates in consultation with the second highest body in the party, when at the NAC, the National Advisory Committee, for make that. So usually waiting there, they say you get something like 3 names. You know, after you don't vet all the people there, you submit their names and say, now they wire so I get. You don't necessarily get for big 3 names, but then you can just suggest that. You submit them to NAC. NAC, they look at everything, because at the end of the day, you know, one for blame say, oh, now the presidential candidate no more, I ain't grab no more, you go choose what you want for choose. Then people ending a NAC, then vote for their all. And they are a full representation of the APC party membership. Because people, that is why we always say now, you have to be careful. You have to be very careful and conscious about the people where they choose for lead you or where they choose for represent you. Because whatever the decision they make, you be don't give them the authority. You be don't relinquish to them, say, I give you power for make decision on my behalf. So the people in NAC, they were voted for, some of the non-NAC executive members. Then you have people where they NAC, where now either district chairman for the party or regional chairman. They want to back. Remember when they do the lower level elections, they voted for them. Yeah. The national officers then vote for them. Now then constitute NAC, not like saying a foreign body. And even the non-executive members then vote for them at the convention. So the moment you delegate them, vote for them, because the delegate they will go represent, they not just pick them. Una been vote for them at the lower level elections. We make them able for go. So now then one and they all agree, say yes, the choice where Dr. Samuel Kamara give them, they are okay with it. So by extension, unanimously, the APC party agree, say, na Honorable Cherno Ramadan Majuba. Quickly to the issue of campaigning. You see, we usually use the different terms. In the Western world, because what make they say the people need to understand, say, what happens in our country may be happening differently, but not a bad thing, it still happens in the West. People lobby for positions in the West. Yeah. When lobbying and campaigning is the same thing, because they can't talk to you, I convince you why you for believe in me, then you go talk for me. That is what happens. So in this case, we see people, the campaign say, Namina the best person, Namina this. And obviously it becomes a competition. I get Uda they support, you get Uda they support, Femi get Uda is they support, or Uda elect. That is what happens. So it's fair play. What is important is how you manage that for make sure, say, if not to me, if not to you, but you agree, say, now one person you get for B, you not take a grudge, you begin to go where you toys them here and there, you believe, say, it's in the party's interest, it's not your time.
All right, I agree with you. And then my own opinion on that, I feel, say, we would look at the best option, the best of every other candidate. We get the same potential, like Honorable General Ramadan Majuba for take the position. And one thing I think personally, that in fact, say, the dynamics of the politics in Sierra Leone right now don't drag on to so many different facets, and you get to take all of that into consideration. And if you look at the possibility of all of those considerated decisions they were after the city party make, I think it was a good one, and I think, say, it will be of benefits to the party as a whole. When you look at the tribal divide, again, will create some huge kind of problem, if at all APC may for choose otherwise, because it means they've dropped down one of their own. Again, we have to be very mindful, and then look at the dynamics of what SFPP do in the current state, at which we all know for sure, say, the vice president is not in the same wavelength with the president and in WEF and few more other party structures. We all see how can they move away from in political party for go SLPP with the hope that it might be the running mate for current President Julius Maada Bio. But again,
are you sure?
Well, now with the hope, let me say now with the hope. I'm not 100%, but let me say with the hope, thinking it was going to be a running mate. But again, that didn't happen. It's still, I think that immediately after he moved over to say Ilegi, the president, all in support in terms of giving him advice politically. Now the next day or two, now the president called a small meeting now being to Mani Complex Center where then go announce say Vice President Jules Jallo they continue for run as the president in running mate. So that was a huge amount of challenge within the party structure, within even Kande in own camp, because since then, you don't hear anything about Kande anymore. It's gone extremely quiet since that announcement day was made public. So basically, we don't know whether he was waiting for that. But when you look at the way how the SLPP party go down the line of reappointing Vice President Jules Jallo for take the position of running mate, you will know for sure it is not just on any other grounds but political tribal lines. Because again, if they have dropped Vice President Jules Jallo, it will have bent their credibility to the full of people in Sierra Leone. But also, when you look at the two, you might be thinking, okay, if you take the best of the two right now, the Vice President Jules Jallo in a position as a Vice President and somebody will come up from a specific tribe in Sierra Leone haven't done much in terms of protecting them, in terms of creating their political interest, because I will be very definite and very assertive for say, yes, you don't have to be tribalistic, but you got to open doors for many people within your own reach. I'm not saying that you should be tribalistic, you should put your tribe there before, no, but you should have some amount of influence so you're able to give to certain people and ways around your own tribal lines. And I'll say it will be definite or deliberate. But what we've seen so far, the followers in Sierra Leone are very much known for business people. You know that. You tell me what's in the last name of any prominent fuller businessman we don't imagine as alone within the past 5 years. Can you name
the last
5 years?
What do you mean?
Any prominent fuller businessman?
The last 5 years, I don't think there is none.
There is none. So basically, they haven't been able even to operate as business people. Because
whereas within the 10 years preceding 2018, you would name 10, 15, 20 we emerge young boys.
Thank you.
Young boys we emerge.
That's the point I want to highlight. So the reason say APC continue with the same tickets with Cherikoko, I think was not just a deliberate act, but also it serves hugely in their own advantage. Also, in terms of capacity, I think Honorable Chino gets enough experience politically, because the politics of what is happening now in Sierra Leone right now might be seen differently. There are huge amounts of issues surrounding everything where they happen within Salon politics. And you look at the dynamics and say, well, okay, which role China will play right now in changing the landscape for APC in Sierra Leone? There are certain areas where we don't make categorically clear, say, APC might not win seats. Not because they support them more, but just because of the tribal divide and the safety, not just tribal divide, but the safety of certain people in certain areas. They rather not vote, or if they get for votes, they go vote void votes. For those that are not in support of this current administration because they haven't seen anything beneficial in their own areas or within their own communities, they will rather not vote or they're spoiling votes. So we have to be very mindful of that as well. So to me, overall, I think it was a good decision where APC take for continue with the Cherikoko and Samoa tickets. Because that ticket, that tickets where I go say win last election. But if you not win last election served by the ballot box, they were asking questions about Samoa Kamara, say, you sabi am. but now you don't sabi am. Then they ask questions, say, Cheno Young, he popular, but we see what happens in Freetown. For sure, say yes, he's popular. He not just winning seats, but he makes sure say the whole of Freetown was APC. And the only difference where happened where the whole of Freetown not become APC now Freetown, now because there were two specific areas in Freetown where the APCians they make them categorically clear say they were not happy with their candidates we then get, and if they continue with their candidacy, then they go lost 10 seats then they. And indeed, they lost those seats based on revolt votes. So we see exactly what's happened at Freetown in the likes of China in campaign structures that we put in place, and also in the provincial areas. But again, the dynamics of politics in the province is quite different from those that we see or that we have seen in Freetown. So we therefore begin to look at those two and see how much difference this might be this particular time when we come into the 2023 elections. But Juma, what has happened now to all the other people and we've been the emerge for the position, we did not get the position? What has happened to them?
Which I want to start with quickly before I go to that. I would like for Ifemi in take as well on this. You know, it'll be interesting to hear his take. We're not the left until not the last minute. Yeah, hello, yeah, Ifemi first. Then I will give you my own take on this. Then I'll tell you what thing possibly.
Don't forget, Ifemi na Jagaban man.
If I will not go reach Jagaban on it. Yeah.
I make it keep quiet.
Yes. Over to Ifemi. Like Ifemi take, then I'll come.
Hello guys, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
So, you know, wait I get for see. I mean, really and truly, I predicted it. You know, I tell you, I say APC will do very badly. Well, make I say will do very badly. They're not going to try if they're not picture, you know. And I say some say if you get one competition, we not been the mayor. As far as me concerned, I think if they go any other way, APC for definitely lost the up and coming election. So I predict both. I predict Samura as the candidate, and I predict Cheno as the running mate. And but Thibodeau repeats the words that I've been saying all those weeks ago, where I say, you know, they didn't know these guys, or they claim they didn't know these guys. The country say they not sabi Samura, and yet Samura with the not sabi gave SLPP a run for their money. We that very, very close win, if you can say so. SLPP end up win that election day. So imagine now with the non sabi Samura. Imagine now with Cheno is the talk of Sierra Leone. You know, waiting to happen. So I did look forward to the June election. And I hope say my next prediction will come and we'll see the best person we go win the presidency na salon, and hopefully deliver on what them promise we and give we a better Sierra Leone. If you now know my prediction, on a ask me, I will tell you now. But for now, make dog dream left and belly.
All right.
So you really say na President Julius Malabio na go win the next election and he go deliver this seat. It will begin start from Z to A.
No, the Bunya behind Z, the Bunya after Z.
Now they start for me.
Yeah. So Z in great grand picking, and I know they start, they'll come till Z, they'll continue.
No, right now, me are the best political analyst at this show.
Okay, I like that.
I don't predict the two winners, so no contest me or Juma T-boy. If you know,
if they analyze, say KKY could be president, and he did KKY be president.
So somebody Kari say, Femi, can you predict if it would rain on this election day?
No, tell us if Femi not us.
Kari, please continue for watch the program. I want to you share as much as possible. Confirm me that again for predict first if it rain on election day, and if they tell we who that get for win on election day. But make sure you share big there, bring more people and come in. So I should
me the answer for me question for Kari.
How you go answer?
Femi not a weather forecaster, but Femi
Yeah.
looking for forecast or weather. All things
T-boy,
okay.
T-boy, Frederica don't want you say like you left the kind joke where you joke. Careless statement, they're not they make on this platform. That you careless prediction where you use Femi name make.
Listen,
they say like you left that joke that you have been won.
I tell Femi say, he predicts say President Julius Maada Bio they win the next election. And he deliver all, you see, Femi said to Pirakwa, he said make
So Frederica is warning you now that let you left them kind of. So now one strike, you have 2 more strikes, then you are out.
Let Frederica wait. The reason make her say so, because he get for deliver starting from Z. Come on.
Say Z in great grand picking there. Make them find Z in great
grand. Say that not be possible. So how it will win? Now, Femi prediction that they predict for more. Okay, I'm not going to predict again. I'm not going to say nothing again. I agree. I think I'm back.
So, yeah, let me come in with the thing about Honorable Chen Ramadan Majum. You see, you know, politics and salon are a very interesting place. And I like how sometimes and then we can hype things, we get animated, and then later reality hits when I will face them. But one thing we are glad for Sierra Leoneans, the way how people become interested. If anything not happen within these 5 years, then one thing will happen. Because if I remember before now, people say, politics not for me, let them try it. Politics not dirty game, now for this, now for that. But this particular one, you know, within these last 5 years, whatever happened, good, bad, or ugly, make people engaged, become interested, and want for know. And possibly the output of the present government, the new direction government, and the president will be asked with question. Say the people want change, but we don't know what kind of change they want. Now people don't understand. Say in not being get answer. So the kind change where they give people them. If they ask me for a lot of feeling, we're not feeling. So salon people kind of like don't catch up and don't engage, and they engage in the political discourse, the political activities in the country. So that was one good thing, because the issue about flag bearer and APC and running mate not been just be the interest of APC members. Even people where they not they belong to political parties, they're not even they sympathize, they're not one day vote, they're not get for votes, wanted to know who these people are going to be. And they were concerned.
Why are they so desperate to find out who is going to be the running mate?
Because, like I tell you, with the output of the new direction government, the Balowe people and they go through, the challenges that the country, the problems them, make people want for no say, APC, are you up to the task that you're going to select the people or elect the people and put candidate them forward for challenge and win and overturn things for we? That's why I think say a lot of people were interested. Because when you talk with people outside, you know, mainstream media or the public privately, you didn't know side and you know the passion. So the reason I mention this because even with the after the when the animate thing not come up it, when names then they come, people were like, hey, they no go do this thing one time. You know, no forget about this low focus. Now 3 months to election. People are anxious. People not get time. They wanted to know. You know, these are non-APC members. They wanted to know. So me go tell people and say, Honorable Chairman Ramadan Majuba is not a mistake. He's an asset and an added value to the Dr. Samuel Kamara ticket, the APC, and me want to tell Salon people this, that if APC win the next elections, June 2024, 2023, you'll have 2 people that will serve Sierra Leone. You did listen to my statement, that will serve Sierra Leone. And you asked something?
I said, I hear you. I hear you.
Yeah, that will serve Sierra Leone. They will not serve just a political party. or their own political interest, but they will serve Sierra Leone. And I'll tell you why. These 5 years, are there any feedback from you, T-Boy? Or somebody? Yes.
I guess you can.
Yeah, but me they give feedback, so please. So, and I'll tell you why I think say them go serve Sierra Leone, and they have demonstrated this. Honorable Chairman Ramadan Majuba, 3rd term this na parliament. 3rd term in parliament. So 2007 to 2023 now. 3rd term this na parliament. Where the parliament, he be deputy speaker of parliament. Now, in don't be head of ECOWAS delegation, Sierra Leone delegation to ECOWAS for the longest time. He's a professional, a lawyer. But one thing you know we ever say about Cherno, Honorable Cherno and Madam Majuba, now that as somebody way loud, flamboyant, you will see here and there deeper noise. You see him when he's performing an official function or a day on a party activity. After that, he's not visible. You don't see him going around. Oh, you don't see a picture of Kokona Beach, or loud motor car, this and that. We were not to campaign them. You don't see TikTok video bottom.
No.
Okay. You don't want to see the same about Dr. Samuel Kamara. We don't serve Salon for almost 40 years.
No.
People even don't know what Dr. Samuel Kamara in pastime things where they do. He goes to football matches, then the way football be they play in a stadium. He waka na streets. Say go na stadium, he go see the watching game. You they see how many side? No. They say I'm not jump. Because he's a professional, he's a technical man, where they look at, they get work for do. So when you bring them to come, their interest would be to serve Sierra Leone because they have demonstrated it to us. With all the problem, for example, you hear, hey, China self-game, hey, look at buy this and that. This man know how to distinguish between waiting party want and an official role as a representative of the people, because work therefore go on. Whether you are upset, whether you're not happy with how the government they operate, you're there to serve the people of Sierra Leone. So you therefore continue against all odds for serve. People were expecting him to go take stone, begin the stone here and there. No, other roles that they play. And he managed in parliament well, in group of parliamentarians, them with all the challenges. They still pull through, you know, for make left bad situation not go worse. So I'll tell you that they will serve the interest of Sierra Leone, not just individuals. So he's an added ticket, and you look at him, people, they talk about the fuller side of that, but this guy cuts across. We saw now the convention hall, the vibration about Cheikoko. We saw during the rally with the APC members where then they go. So you know, say this na grassroots politician. You hear comments the way people and they make undertones the way video then they pass. Say, hey, this na the guy when in the feed we na party office style so every day. But you hear and talk any side. You don't. You if you go search, you defend the number of pictures the way they say about Honorable Cheikoko out there. You defend till you know they see pictures. You know they hear and talk any other side, we know to side way for talk. We saw what happened before the announcer. Where go Koindu. You saw the dynamics. The vice president was there, right? Insai na Fuller. We saw what happened. They were scared and they didn't want to let him in. Where he go, you see Koindu, and this constituency 011 I start, where Ayanda considered what? SLPP stronghold.
Yeah.
We saw people of Koindu in that area, they fought for them and bulldoze for let go. They not allow let them block them for go inside. Not so full as they no more do that. So it show you say the guy in support cut across the country. He's a household name. So it will only add a value to Dr. Samuel Kamara and go be an asset for we government. Honorable Chairman Ramadan Majuba will not sit by and see an APC government they bastardize the constitution or try for pass laws them will go affect millions of Sierra Leoneans, because one, they understand how parliament they operate, they understand parliamentary proceedings. Two, in a lawyer, you know the legal implications of things them, and you know for say if you continue for faith, you know go help we. So this guy understanding things and this. So it will be less good for Dr. Samuel Kamara for go begin the lobby parliament, because you already get somebody way familiar with that. If you have a legal issue, when you know, because government is all about legal, you want to know the legal implication. You get Attorney General Dede, and you have a Vice President, you know, we go for discourse, where then say, okay, well, let's discuss then about how it will benefit Salon. So these are my take so far.
No, I agree on your take, because your take is some of the things that we've been highlighting here on this platform for the past couple of months, or I would say a year. So what would be your expectation with all the other kind of blemishes stuff then when they say, oh, China, they talk, and they make do, and they do that? You don't just clarify some of the kind of issues and he's not a loud person. He's not a person that you might see in the public domain doing X, Y, Z. Again, like you say, pictures of him that you might see online will be directly linked or related to party activities or something from the within parliamentary structures of what they represent or what they represent. I totally agree with you on that. But now that we don't get some as the running mates, and then you get few more other people and we don't emerge for the position. What has been the party structure now moving forward? Because as you say, they don't put together a few structures then I don't see, but I'm not too sure about those ones because I'm not sure whether they are legit, because I haven't seen them on a press release of the party emblem or the party logo. That's right.
So you ask about rumors and things like that, yes, about you know, they talk. I would say you have to understand the person. He talks when, where, and where is necessary. Politics. He said something where then go. I watch one video where then be they coin where he be they talk, and the vice president been did it, Dr. Mohamed Joe Dejalo, and then they talk where Channel Ramadan Majuba be they talk. He say we can at this event because of Islam, because they open one of the biggest mosque where the Koindo people in the diaspora and all over the world put money and sponsor. So they call him there to go, you know. And where they talk, he said not to politics bring we can I say na God business and a mosque. He said because politics na net we they play politics.
Right.
You hear that statement? He said we're ready for play politics, na net we they play politics. So somebody when I use this word here, so we somebody been send me something. I will you know, if people understand, then they know why this gentleman not to pursue they talk boku. I want for use them. He say sorry, I defend the quotes. Maybe the person send me. I want for
no, take your time. Sure.
So why should they do that? You know, so now somebody when they just talk for talk's sake, they talk when it's necessary, usa is necessary, and how it's necessary for let it talk. And you therefore find them say, what do you need in a vice president in the first place? You need a vice president. We're not going for can overshadow the president. Not get for fact say a powerful past the president. You understand what I mean? Because you don't get sanity under between number one and number two. It's just going to continue to be chaos. It will be a distraction where they're not going to focus on the work where they do, then go just defeat. Now I make I tell you say the dynamics where they get, then go can't serve the interest of Sierra Leone, not individuals, you know. So somebody sent me something. He said, those who know Honorable Chairman Ramadan Majuba, they liking artists for say, Honorable Chairman Majuba na still water. Still. And they say still waters run with him, run deep.
Yeah.
Runs deep. You know, so you see him, and you know, but where you go now, they know the water where it deep. So that's the kind of person. He's not doing this because he wants to gain fame. He is working. He won't let him work talk for him. We've seen the rumors here and there, but those are rumors. Those are things where people can say that their opinion based on what they are saying. But until you prove them, your opinion is not fact. Your personal opinion is not always fact. So if you spread rumors, you get for back them up. You just can't spread rumors and expect everybody for capu that. You know, you just discredit yourself, that's what you do. But with the other aspirant, then what the party is trying to do, they don't make sure, say, the campaign structure where they don't form. All man get a role for play. Everybody get a role for play. Then put people them now positions them where they know for say one, then get the capacity, and two, then go able for deliver, and then give them their roles then they. And we saw one of the new kids in the block where I see we come when I Jagaban, Femi in twin partner. After they announced Honorable Chairman Ramadan Majuba, we saw the Leslie Allen buried. Now then three in the waka.
Yeah.
Dr. Samuel Kamara, Honorable Chair Koko, and Jagaban. You know, and they did and the waka and all of that. So this is why the APC is powerful.
Okay, Juma, I'm going to put you on that question, but I'm going to ask you one question where possibly everybody they talk about as the one who really doubts Chairman Ramadan Majuba say he hasn't done nothing within the parliament structure for the past 5 years. What's different we can do now? What do you go see to that day? Because to be honest, I think I remember a couple of months ago we were supposed to be discussing this here on a topic of discussion because we want to highlight some of the things that we people in this guy for make mention of. So, what would be your take now that the ice is sailed?
Right. So, firstly, if you say you know do nothing, what does that mean? Because if you say somebody not do nothing, if you're not in a person constituency, but they're able for elect them, not to appoint to elect them 3 times. And T-Boy, the last elections, you were there.
Yeah.
I've been fortunate to be closer to his constituencies the past 2 elections, them 2012 and 2018. You been there 2018. You saw what happened. The person where he contest against now born Brookfields Bobo, where he do all things. He was popular. He was a showbiz man. He was a sportsman. Junior Bill, right? Not to now household name na Brookfields. But he crushed up where results come out. They did all kind of things for create problem there. So if in constituency able for voters 3 times, then you say the person no do nothing, then I'm afraid. Then 1. 2, we all know how these governments they operate. This was a different government, a different Sierra Leone within these 5 years. If not to skills, tact, endurance, perseverance, and knowing how things they play, you're not able for, then they crush you, then they make you become irrelevant and waiting. People, the international community, the first way international community, we go say, heavily involved now with pre-elections, activities them and discourse. People, they ask how then thing then they happen, or then things say the international community, no, they just work with opposition like that. They work with waiting, the sitting government. Because then they get direct brief from, then get face-to-face meetings and all that at any time. Opposition are once in a while, then we'll get meeting with them and all that thing. People, they understand how all that thing they involve. People, they understand why make the government now they target the EU, the British High Commissioner and all of that. Then things say not only, I know they say get impact, so it gets high impact. Waiting with the discuss now public, social media and other things them. But people for understand what happens now the strategic level as well. Politics get levels, how things then they operate. There are certain conversation or things where they happen, no go ever make the day of light. or light of day. You understand? You know the kind of public, not for public consumption. People, they understand how them things then they happen. The APC no say Honorable Chairman Ramadan Majubana assets. You understand? You know, link her with corruption one day. Because you know, serve now, not to minister, which you call I never control consolidated fund. So you can't say, a corrupt. So if you boss in get unblemished record, for let you then as alone, they inside government like that, for let people not get that kind of thing there for point by you, it's not really easy. I know they say he's perfect. Definitely not. Are there things where people expect him for do more? Definitely. Are there things people expect him to do differently? Definitely. But we know they're not in situation. A role where they play, not to a service delivery role, not to for build school, hospitals here and there. The man been there at the lawmaking side. Now, you ask me, it's going to be in a different role. You ever hear Honorable Chairman Ramadan Majuba talk the way he talk na Koindu?
No, it's been a long time I didn't hear him like that.
Exactly. But what he said now, that time he was talking as what? As a politician. Other time them they talk as a lawmaker and somebody will get a role for bring Sierra Leone together, not to somebody where they escalate situation. But people don't need to understand how things happen. Now that me go say, if you talk about what he been they do then or what he not do then and what he go do now. He's in a different role, different capacity. Now make I tell you say he will serve Sierra Leoneans.
Okay, so basically, I think that would be a test scenario for us to see the deliverables of Honorable Chairman Ramadan Majuba, but some of us have seen him work behind the scenes, in front of the scenes. But I think as a politician, like you say, you feel say the blame way then they put on is unfair because they haven't done exactly what are some of the things that he might have done behind the scene or diplomatically, because I think personally, I see him as a diplomat. Like you said earlier on, there are various different types of politicians. You have the ones who make the noise, who talk the talk, who rock the rock, but deliver nothing. And then you have the ones who don't talk the talk, don't make the noise, but deliver. And deliverables comes in various different ways. How do Sierra Leoneans want people to deliver? Is it because they don't challenge things publicly, or is it because of the way how they deliver things but not being seen done, or they want to see action? Basically, is that how we want Sierra Leone to be like? Because again, what we see right now with the likes of people challenging governments, or the likes of people in government challenging the opposition, or the likes of people who are ordinary civilians or citizens of Sierra Leone challenging things that are happening, or the likes of what even ourselves are doing here to challenge the mishaps of what in government they do right now. Does everybody have to be like that?
Well, again, T-Boy, one thing I want to say, you will not get for take away the facts, people and feelings, their emotions and things them, okay? That just show we the level at which Sierra Leone don't go, how bad things are, you understand? For let people not able for forgive anybody or comfortable with anybody where say government, you understand? Because the expectation is when you dey in opposition, you not gonna forget nothing good for talk about government. There's a difference talking about government and talking about the political party within a government. There's a difference. What people were possibly expecting now foresee the likes of Honorable Chair Koko for behave the same kind way where somebody like a Lima behave when he was in opposition and still behave the same way within a government. But if Honorable Chair Koko behave that same way, what kind of Sierra Leone would we have? That's one question. Then is there a reason why we criticize the President Bill government and the likes of Lima for let them become unpopular and Salon the way they're not unpopular? So no, the likes of Honorable Chair Koko believe say, and I remember I did an interview with him, if you can remember, March 7th, 2018, the day before then go votes. Remember? Yeah. He said something. He said, because I asked, what's your message of peace to Sierra Leoneans, elections day? You know, he said, we get for live together as a people. He said one thing. He said, election now one day, we dey go vote. He said, but there is life after elections. He said, if you go vote today, you win, you party win, or you party loss, your neighbors still remain your neighbors. Your colleagues at work remain your colleagues. Your family members remain your family members. So this guy in trade, not just happen, say, he behave so because he's the opposition. This is the type of person he is, and that's what makes him a successful politician from where he don't enter politics to date. All them propaganda we they see so. Okay? It happens in politics because they expect to knock somebody who say me thinks in a weakness, because you know say Honorable Cheno Majuba no get for come out publicly and can't challenge you, say you accuse and say it's sell game. You don't get for do that. So you will continue to hit that. But now you accuse, so the burden of proof is on you.
Yeah.
For who say yes, you know, it's sell game. You understand what I mean? Because nothing no day where Hindu or a member of parliamentarians then do that was enough. So he was targeted. And we see him say the targets continue on him as an individual. So there was nothing. If they do something as members of parliament, then go say, oh no, you see, now the other member of parliament nine talk. Why make Cheno Majuba no can't talk? But they forget that he's the leader of the opposition. In other people, they don't talk if they're not getting approval or they're not sit down, then talk together. So things happen, but they don't know how it happened. When they shoot out rubber bullets, now the party office, anybody ever hear about that?
No.
When they shoot at him, where he go left Dr. Samuel Kama na Anti-Corruption Commission, they actually shoot him with tear gas, broken with car glass. Anybody hear about that?
No.
You in the Honorable Cheno Majuba kind of public and can begin say then shoot me with rubber bullet. Pass Iraita, you understand? Because he did not want to present himself as a weak person for the party, because if they don't target you, able to protect yourself, what happens to your people? What is happening to him is not new. We saw the same propaganda against Dr. Anesbai Kroma. People say it's sell game. Now bring come, Mother Bio come, he agree with and say they give them. These are APC people. Pass that propaganda, then say he promised and say he go make them flag bearer. But nobody up until today no ever come clearly and tell you, say, now this Dr. Anesbai Kroma been promised me, now so he been promised me. That's one. Two, when they say it's sell game, but when he's been targeted by the same SLPP way sell game to what's in Madam Hotel na 98.1, where they ask him, say, what is your relationship with the former president? What is it?
He said he's not in for being friend, not all man are party.
Not all man are party. So how you go sell game to somebody when not to party? But we know the Dr. Anesbai Kroma, when he been in a government, you get opposition people, the John Benjamins, the Prince Hardins of this world, the JJ Safadem. Then they go in office, the mother abuse them. It take them as what? Sierra Leoneans. We belong to different political parties, different ideologies, different approach, but at the end of the day, let we focus on Sierra Leone. Paulo Conte, we grab, genuinely go serve Salon during COVID time. What happened to him? Not to kill the almost killer.
Yeah, he was accused of treason.
Treason. But President Biona, when he was in opposition, what did APC do? Then call him, bring and come, and give him funds and tell the police and say, again, the maximum security, let it go out yonder because we need him voice for help for coil Ebola down. Not so?
Yeah, for mobilize the people at the southeast for able for talk to them for me they know for say Ebola is real.
Exactly.
I was in Freetown then, so basically I know.
You know exactly what's happening. You been notified, so you need the voice, you need the influencers them. Yeah. So the likes of Honorable Cheno Ramadan Majuba, you know, the accusations, I don't go dismiss them because now people and feelings and their opinions them, but they need to understand. I ask somebody a question. when I've been, fierce critic, high profile person of the APC, I ask him, I say, what would you have done differently if you were the leader of the opposition under this present government or regime? The person able to answer. Before I came, he go to, hey, where's Koma in Tembinde? That was President Tijan Kaba late. May his soul rest in peace. What did President Kaba say? He say, una left the let them cost what's they're not gonna bush no so.
Yep.
That one statement open the field for let musicians and sing and do all kind of things. It not intimidate anybody. Few people them intimidate President Koma, then go attack him. Now the same Kaila, where they so we see what's happen there. But they let people play their politics their own different way. But then this government, how them be there in opposition, now so then they back na government, nobody talks, nothing. They killed Samson, they killed people. Now because of Honorable Chairman Majubano agree talk make them kill them people then they. Even inside I talk and then shoot them with rubber bullets, 9 foot. The one they about that. The one they always say sell game, they not talk about that.
Talking about the incidents of violence perpetrated against him currently, similar incidents happened again during 2018 election where the then Ginobio will be the contestant in constituency, we raise threats and thugs and other people that show up now one of the major polling stations in Abu Fis, we go rage riots there, where they even damage one of him very strong supporter. But again, what happened? What happened? Again, you don't say I'm public, you're not public and make any kind of statement to that.
It's still a call for peace.
Yeah. So anyway,
APC be then a government where they get the might for manhandle everybody. It's call for peace.
I think my own opinion on whatever people are saying is yes, everybody have the right to their opinion, but I don't think everybody should be able to express their opinion the way they think they want to, and you are against it, because I think it's like a double standard way of saying things. You believe in your opinion, and somebody self-believes say, now so me they operate for make I able for gain momentum of what I want to do, either publicly or privately. And I feel say everybody get the way how they work on their own political platform. It depends on how you see things. Aggression is not solution to solve problems sometimes. Sometimes, although I can always say, by use the any means necessary, if you have to, then they really doubt them. And where they apply the any means necessary to me, as far as I'm concerned in politics, that way I realize, say, if I don't apply by any means necessary, my opposition will apply them against me. So why not? So you have to go on.
No, I want to say something, T-Boy. You see, whatever, when you're targeted, okay, when you're a target for people, me daddy used to say something. He say, if people not like you, I no go, it may come in a certain situation, but if I use them also, it go be derogatory to some, a particular, demographic kind of. So I will use generally people. He say, if people not like you, no matter what you do, not enough. I agree that he's a politician, he's a representative of the people, he has a mandate, he gets a responsibility, and people, they expect much from him. I agree with that. But somebody tell me something. If you expect me, or if I expect you, T-Boy, where I know for say, T-Boy, you host na London, awale you totam, you waka from your area, go 5 blocks, or from SE5, take go SE30, awale you taught you, oh slave voter. Is that possible? I know you.
For Kari, because it's not possible.
It's not possible. So in the moment where you set expectation for somebody, where you in your mind know for say this is not possible, means say you already want to let the person fail. That is what you want to do. So sometimes the expectation we'll get about people, we expect them for do something, we will know for say, me, I'm not going for do them, I'm not going for pull them off, if I didn't have that situation, I don't even know whether they turn left or right. But we expect somebody else to do that because we don't give them mandate. So that means say you want the possible force. The example I want for set, and tell me say if somebody normally succeed, if you want to take oath, you build for on top your nose. On top your nose. Imagine how impossible that be. You take oath, 3-story oath, big mansion, you build on top your nose, Naya. You know, the person they can't tell you, say, Paddy man. Now, because you take no Sibila na nose, the other person you have Sabina on top in forehead, now they really host. So you see, then they continue for raise them up. So that is the kind of situation where we see with this channel thing. And it is unfortunate that you know, sometimes they will target people. And just the actual thing I want to say, whatever he would have done, the reason I can make the analogy here, whatever he would have done, then for still blame him, offend something. You remember, there were people who were saying, oh, Cheno, one for it undermine Dr. Samura Kamara, one for a flag bearer. But people know they connect even the dots in the first place for even come out with any kind conspiracy theories. This was the guy who is the most senior APC person at the earliest stage come out publicly and endorse Dr. Samura Kamara for say that the person this will for rally BM for 2023. What will happen after that?
All man criticizers are not supposed to don't do that. They in a sitting MP, you know, for the support one side, if a nation say it do in MP work and focus on the politics of parliament, not to forget endorse Dr. Samura Kamara.
They not even call for let resign or let the party pull him aside as leader of the opposition.
Yes, they did.
But then the same people will be they criticize and then now the same people back when talk say they undermine Dr. Samura Kamara. So how do you marry the two? One moment, enough for support. The next moment, it undermine. You know, it's too quiet. When it's visible, it's a problem. If he's not visible or he's not doing what he's supposed to do. So what were you?
I remember at one point where he tried for making himself visible, then say he overshadow Dr. Samura Kamara.
Yes, overshadow Dr. Samura Kamara.
Yeah, so he didn't appear for support. But you see, people fail to understand one or two things. One, he's got a mandate to serve in parliament. And what's in Dr. Samura Kamara do very well during that period, now he focuses on running around, going to different places in the country for making himself known to people that will not be in Sabiam, especially in the area that we will not be able for visits during the campaign. So he did that very well. And with the compliments of Honorable Cheno Ramadan Majuba, some of those places where possibly you don't open doors, say go, everything is being cleared, we don't set the pace for you out there for making people go do X, Y, Z, Z. So I know some of the kind of thing that we would expect, but at the same time, our expectations all the time cannot be realistic. So therefore begin look at what thing we expect and how we put the expectations into reality. But what thing would be your own take on the final situation right now with on we say so as we get Honorable Majubade on as a running mate, and at the same time we get this tight election with all the challenges that we're surrounded by it. What is your take on your own final say on this particular topic? We'll come back to them later on, but let's just try and wrap it up and move on to the next. What thing will be you take now for me?
So before I give final take on this, you know, I still want to make examples. You see, because Salon people will not forget. Let's don't get too emotional sometimes. We saw by-elections in Sierra Leone within these 5 years. Okay? One particular one is constituency 110. Honorable Cheno Ramadan Majuba, apart from being member of parliament, don't be now be the acting Western area chairman. Okay, where Honorable Patso not around. So he's been acting. So as a result, directly anything that happen in the Western area, he's the focal person, he takes the lead. Okay, and then go delegate to other people. No one gave him the credit and phrase for APC for win constituency 110 times the by-elections for Cardi Davis. Nobody took credit for it. Other people took credit for it, okay? But the same people will say Honorable Chairman Ramadan Majuba sell game, one, or it undermine Dr. Samura Kamara. Now the same people will blame Honorable Chairman Ramadan Majuba say na irresponsible for put the lower level elections together because it is set them up for Dr. Samura Kamara win.
So what's the...
So that I can tell you, say, no matter what he do, it can public, it would have been a problem. So you're in a catch-22 situation. So I want to let people understand sometimes, as much as we want for involving the discourse, let we watch the reason why people they say certain things and for why they're waiting at the end goal. They accuse Dr. Chairman Majuba say, now in they make he get anti-corruption case. Listen, now they make the anti-corruption case for let them put Dr. Samura Kamara there, so Dr. Samura Kamara no go limiting chances for lead the APC. But the same people say, Honorable Chairman Ramadan Majuba, he go bribe Justice Fisher for the rule in favor of APC, so he go hijack the APC party. Or the same way, yes. So you see, they say bribe in give Fisher $100,000 for they able for a rule in favor of APC for pull the case commoner court. But at the same time, this is the same guy that wants to hijack the party. We want for Dr. Samuel Kamano. So you see the distorted narratives, the way that they push. Now I can tell you, say, no matter what you do. But let's go to the bigger picture here. This elections is going to be a fierce one. We all know it's not going to be easy, but this elections is beyond APC and SLPP.
I agree.
It's a choice for Sierra Leoneans for decide which they want for let them faith be for the next 5 years. Because like I say, remember I make analogy before, the people you choose and when you hand over to, now then go represent you for as long as they did it because you don't give them mandates.
Yeah.
So if you decide you vex, you APC person, you vex from the choice where APC make way of Dr. Samura Kamara and Honorable Chairman Ramadan Majuba, you say you know they vote for APC or you know they support them for that. It's your choice. But whatever happens after that, you will not blame them saying now they make their lose election, now they lose elections. You not vote for them in the first place. So that makes them lose. So the general public, Sierra Leoneans, it's your choice to know whether you're comfortable with what we have now or you want to vote for change. You don't need to vote for APC. You don't need to vote for Dr. Samura Kamara. You don't need to vote for a Northwesterner candidate or ticket. It's your choice whether you want to vote for change or you want to vote to maintain what you already have. So that's a big person. I'm not a big nobody. I will appeal to you. I will tell you what's happening. It's up to you what you want to do. The 5 years, people made a choice, right? Why did they vote? Then say, we get cosmetic roads. We get cosmetic roads. Dollar now 750,000 leons for $100.
Now 520.
Okay, well no, well now they talk about 2018. Me they push them. Petrol now 3,500 leons for gallon. Now that's make you been vote against the incumbent then APC. So now you have a 5 year where the dollar now 2.1 million leons to $100. Petrol now 21,000 leons for gallon. Before now been 3,500 or 6,500. Rest now been 200,000 leons for bag. Now rest don't be 600, 650,000. So it's up to you whether you're okay now or you want to vote for change. It's up to you. You have two choices to make. Let's say if not evils, it's up to you to choose what you consider as the lesser evil for you. This is not about emotions, whether you like Samuel Kamara in face, whether he's 70-year-old, whether be now 54 years or 40 years old, whether it comes Obayanda, whether I know Sabi talk. That is not what you're voting for. You are voting for your life for the next 5 years.
You say you vote now your life.
You vote now your life. Now you know whether the electricity where they give you now, how much every time I talk about Insai electricity that they watch allow. See boy, today will be the top up because I the top up for me. I'm not saying that not sabi read meter. Now you know it's not the meter. Where be the top up today? We put 200,000. Now you don't know how much units you get, how long it take you. Today now you know the same amount will be the top up yesterday, 200,000 leons in 5 years. If you put 200,000 leons today, if they take 24 hours or 2 days or 5 days. So now you know what you vote for. Not other person know. Now you know what you vote for. Now you know if you 1,500,000, you 800,000 leons, you 10 million leons, whether they pay you now workplace. Now you know if it's enough for you today, or which you be the use for buy and do 5 years ago, if you're able for use the same money today, because salary not change. It's the same thing. You know, people don't lose. If they say they increase salary or basic salary to 800,000 leons, how much is 800,000 leons today? It's less than $40 or thereabouts. 800,000 leons 5 years ago, 600,000 5 years ago, how much was it? It's about $80 or $90. So now you know whether you don't lose in your salary or you not lose it. Now you know whether transportation go up or you not go up it. Now you know if you begin sick or your family member sick, if you're able to carry them to hospital. So these are the things you have to consider. Not to whether not APC or SLPP. It is your choice to decide what you want your life to be like in 5 years. That's what I would say.
All right, thank you very much, Juma. I believe say Dandy will go down very well to the minds of people watching us, and I believe say also as Sierra Leoneans, you vote now you life. Also, if you say you want for put you vote now you right. And again, if you believe say you want for put you vote for continuity of this current government and administration, it's your right. If you believe say you want for put you vote for the opposition when I APC because if it's going to effect change or they go make your life better, now you're right again. But I think the Sierra Leone we stand for right now should be the Sierra Leone that we believe in. If we be the salon will feel to say everybody is being treated as equals. If we be the salon will believe say no matter who say you come out from, who say you did or what you be, which sex you belong to, or your gender orientation will not be we will not disqualify you for anything where a Sierra Leonean should possess as a Sierra Leonean. Then it's your right to vote your choice. And that choice will be with what you're going to be living with for the next 5 years after June 24, 2023 this year. All right, let's move on. And we will come back possibly for the discussion with the game. I believe say this discussion is very important. We will not go able for just done no more on this particular program itself. We can come back and revisit them as we go along with the topic of discussion they will get. So next on the list,
again for the part of the election watchnet.
Oh yeah, sure.
Just remind people, election watchnet, we would get guests, we go open the phone line. The Sierra Leone wants it to be, you know, what Sierra Leone wants for yourself. Before you think about another person, what kind of Sierra Leone you want for you picking them and for your family. Before you begin thinking about
1 week to election, not to just election.
Yeah, so election watchnet series will come. What kind of Sierra Leone you want for you? So yeah, continue, Tibon.
Okay, so now I wanted to go to another serious issue where you touched on. We not been doing at the list of the agenda. I feel say it needs to come up at the agenda because it's very important when at the dismissal or leave to remain and not resume of the bank governor. We realized, say, a week ago, a few days ago, we see a press release from the Bank of Sierra Leone, which states, or from the Minister of Finance, which states, say, the new loans is going to be reinstated back again, I think in September or next year or so, where we will continue for use the old loans until that period of time they reach where the new loans will take full effect. But I think it was sometime at the end of this year or next year. I'm not too sure.
And I said the old loans stay in circulation until December.
The old loans still stay in circulation and the new loans, but they may not extend the timing where the old loans for the in circulation. Immediately after that press release day, now they will see another statement, not a press release, not something that is official, but a statement where come out say the like a rumor first, the bank governor has been sent to leave indefinitely. What's your take on that, Juma? Is it an official press release from the office of the president, or it's an official press release from the Bank of Sierra Leone, or it's an official press release from the Ministry of Finance? Where does that statement came from?
There was no press release for, say, the bank governor, they don't send him on leave.
I just want for reinforce whether it was a statement being made official. Okay.
So it's a rumor where somebody skillfully put on Twitter for, say, the acting bank governor, when Mr. Ibrahim Stevens. And I want for say, you know, that young man, you know, he's someone that we grew up together. And you see, God sabi build people them. He's always been a brother where we respect growing up. You know, like when you look up to somebody, that's the kind of person. So he's always been set. God don't prepare him for lead. He went to the UK, he worked there. One of few Sierra Leoneans that we worked at the highest place, Bank of England. And they were sending him as consultants to different African countries. And they sent him on secondment to Sierra Leone under President Tijan Kabayan government. I remember.
That's the current acting.
Yeah, the current acting, Ibrahim Stevens. Under President Tijan Kabayan government, and then sent him on secondments to Sierra Leone. I remember that day, I know we don't see him for over 20-something years. Luckily, we bump into each other now Heathrow because I go left somebody there and he was traveling that day. Because it's more brother and I am age mates. This guy had been serving there, you know, as deputy. So he go first as, what you call him. So this come back to something. See, deputy at the time, President Nkrumah took over when? 2007. And what did he do? He maintained him right through, because as somebody we get, he's an asset to Sierra Leone. We're lucky to have someone like him. But like anybody else, not to somebody now, somebody kai do work come out. You know, mix pamphlet here and there, not to that kind of person there. He's doing what he has to do. Then you go take what you get now and can put over people ahead. From day one,
we'll not get some again. What thing we been getting?
No, he's still there officially. He's not been sacked yet because people don't know that. And they can. Not so.
If they are the list of the head of audits Sierra Leone.
Right.
So what we are saying is what we see on paper.
Scenarios them at the camp. Okay. When Laetele Pierce was suspended, there was an official memo to the public. Right? The bank governor, nothing we know yet. Now smuggle, but I will come to the reason why that is happening. But let's go first to why we wicked to wisdom. And this same tie into it to talk about why are you voting. Bank of Sierra Leone, not just a bank. The government, now the government in life blood that one day. If you are rotting, the whole country be rotting. It is rottens, tumbu is commoting. The salt water don't enter inside, better one.
Oh, good.
Water they come inside. Is a bit that audio
Yes, I remember that video.
Exact scenario we have. Tumbu is commoting, it is rottens right now. Bank of Sierra Leone. You understand it? But me not surprised.
Of course, we're not surprised.
We talk this from day one. When they appoint Professor Kalon, no disrespect to him. He might be book smart or whatever. But I called him, I dubbed him from where they announced him as textbook bank governor. Textbook. And I go back and go watch. This guy was a professor here at University of Colorado. When you go to a site, there is a site, and I mentioned I let people go there back to public and go watch them. I'm not making it up. Rate my professor or rate my lecturer. When you go there, the review where they on them. Now 1/5. Very poor. This now student heredity. The student heredity said they don't understand. So he had a particular theory where he don't work with, where he don't attend certain conferences there with. Now that one they try for go push. This guy was writing a dossier on why the country economy not they go before, why Salon not they develop, where APC been in power, and he was in opposition. His publications, a article they get published now the New People SLPP newspaper, now the SLPP particular newspaper, Global Times and Standard Times. They be publishing articles. If you go on YouTube, you get videos where you do on YouTube for tell we why make the economic policies of the country not they work for less alone develop. Then he was given an opportunity. But what would you remember him for these 5 years? Let's ask you first.
Now, what's in it? Always ever want for achieving life.
He talk and before you know so.
Of course, he said it.
And before you, I don't tell you say like try cut that tape there for you know but you know be no say we get for need them. So
no, I've been not so we get for need and I make sure say I go all out and cover that event.
So the man
it was very important to listen to him because by then they not been done release the new money yet. And I remember when they announced that I tell Femi clearly say that money they not get forever come out. It was a shame that he did. Because that was my belief to say, not this time in our era for make we change we notes, for just reduce the value of the zeros and minimize the amount of currency we put in your pocket just for satisfy that particular rich day. I think it was not necessary. So I knew
we all knew that the reason why they changed the currency, one, it was a political reason. Two, na ego. And out within the political reason, malice was tied into it.
And also, himself now he mandate that. Now something he always ever done.
Exactly. For let he sign bank governor of Sierra Leone, Professor Kalon. So it is there on our legal tender, say he had once been the bank governor of Sierra Leone. Even if that money not exist, but that money they must in a museum.
Of course.
With his signature day. So he achieved his own personal aim for say assign a be bank governor and where I come, I go change the country in currency for let me signature day. Then I want two, let we change the country in currency for deprive anybody will get linked with the opposition for get access to funds. So if una get money now, una host them, una they run and can pull them and carry them go to bank, they will seize una money them, una become bankrupt. Come 2023, una no get money for fund. That failed. Because now they can no say, even if APC people let me get the money, you know they in Leone's $9. If let me get up. That was the question. $9, you know they in Leone. So that strategy failed, okay? The other strategy, these new Leones done there, but money still there in circulation. Okay, then take all the new money will come. Then go keep up for elections. Remember when they pull the money first was around December, no so?
December, yeah. It was around
December. And December at the time that the way politician and this apart from election term, where a politician and they spend more money. So they use that money and spend on the outside the money in circulation in there.
Kenema, Freetown, and then within
provinces
the people that
also,
have
the provinces now the government in stronghold. Now they know more the new money circulation in there. Every other side, people they gonna bank money no dey. This is the first bank governor where openly come and tell we say him bribe black market people $68 million. So we're able to get money into the system. We go get dollar, we go get foreign exchange. You bribe bank governor and bribery. Listen to that statement. A bank governor who trusts with the country in cash box, the country in coffers, say he bribe. Bribery is what? Is bribery legal? Watch na dictionary. Is that illegal?
It's corruption.
Anything when a bribery is a bad thing. Yeah. So you bribe. Now they force them for don't sack him. But because if they do it in they want for do, they let him be. Okay? So you don't see the political reasons there why this guy been there at that place there. So he was not able to deliver. The last word we talk with, I think 98.1 they ask him. What did he say? When they ask about the economy, he say, in don't try out law left for case to God now, Lord pray. Let we pray. That means say he don't achieve what he wants.
Yeah.
He don't done. You know, they don't sabi tap. He don't sabi na they tap. Your agenda don't complete. Now, he don't know how for go before. He don't know how for go behind. So been there for us. He say, Lord, pray to God now. Yeah, Papa God, this new money we don't come. Salo economy we don't bad. Do you allow Lord pray? They put them all. You know like how the poor man's prayer in Sierra Leone where they say God day, and that's now do we so.
No, but you see, Dima, going back to that, you make mention of the 1/5 review where he gets na the university as in rate your lecturer or rate your he self talk that. Not for say, you see some of the things the way he say now something the way he commander himself your mouth when we talk and say the universities the way with the election in America never believed in his ideology.
And in theories them. So
some of the things that they will make they get for terminate them now one of the universities then because the student make a complaint and allegations against the theory way it tell them, which means it want for imply the system of the use of physical currency in an economic situation like a salon. If it's kind for passing that theory, and the student they begin challenging theory, say that is practically impossible for make you get rid of physical means of transaction we get for involve cash or anything. So it was something that he always wanted to do, and he want to apply the system now, a country like Sierra Leone. But Salone not even gets the infrastructural development for that particular theory itself in the first place. Even if it was going to work in Sierra Leone, our banking system in Sierra Leone is not too much equipped technologically. How many people in a salon we get bank card where they go to a cash machine and withdraw cash? We need to transact with cash. How many people then get shops or outlets in a salon where they use card machine for transaction? Very few, or possibly none, if I can say. So we not be not ready for that in any way, shape, or form. So most of his theory for change the currency, for get a new one, now for make we able to get to the idea of not transacting with physical currency in a short run, whilst he's still the bank governor. So that's not something where our will just endorse to you say, in self, bing, talk about that. They say it was not a liked professor when he been the lecture now the university in America. So that is just what I want to endorse and just confirm.
And again, like you say, you see, this is why I say, Naimeka say, you know, the tie which we discuss with which we talk earlier. When I say Dr. Samuel Kamara and Honorable Buchekoko, if the APC win, they will serve Sierra Leone. Because Dr. Samuel Kamara now no go get any excuse now in life, why Sierra Leone not succeed.
True, because he don't serve for 30 years, I would say.
He don't serve for 30 years, he understand waiting at the problem. So now let we say sometime he been get somebody where they above him, where certain things the way born for implement, not the work. Now he's there. He get the prerogative for veto certain things or for push for certain things. And so that one barrier where sometimes he get, he not get again.
Yeah.
And I want so because he understands the problem, he knows how to go about it. Is it going to be an easy fix? No. Is Sierra Leone going to be a paradise after 2023? No. But what we want to see as Sierra Leonean, that he's making the effort, he get the right team of people for make sure say then deliver, because excuse no go there again.
No.
He will speak economic policies, he understands what it is. So if you can't tell him something will not add up, if we're able for know that one day. So you don't understand. So Professor Kalon, what he did is suicidal.
That's more than suicidal. That's
country, you know, they can't experiment your own failed theories at the detriment of 7.5 to 8 million people, because that's what you did. You want to prove a point that your theories are practical and then they work, so you can't experiment them, you know, or can't try and pilot them and country. How scary that is. And now, the reason about the sacking, where I tell you, say, they will never make it public.
Why?
Because my election here, 3 months, because the moment where they announce him publicly that he's been sacked, that is a vote of no confidence in the government.
Yeah, but there is still a vote of no confidence as it is right now.
But they don't know that. They don't know that. So now I make them prefer, then smuggle the sack, they make them backdoor sack. So let we left assumption, me and you. Because it's not official. But if it's official, you have it on black and white for Leo Putande. And he's there, he's been sent on leave. They're gonna be paying him.
So why send him on leave?
Because they're there for pay. They're still there for the pay.
So what is it? Leave to it? Okay. If as a governor he's doing well, you go send the governor.
When you say they said I'm on leave to retirement, he don't do for retirement. Remember what they do Sovola?
Yeah.
Sovola, waiting they say, then be announcer.
No.
No, they just say they don't replace the IG, right? When they interview Sovola, what he say? Or what you hear them say they don't reach retirement age. But they had reached retirement age from 5 years exactly.
That's too soon. Okay. Right. So at this point in time, what do you think about the deputy way now the one way they serving in position?
That guy is not going to be able to do anything much because he not get the right people around him for allow him for doing work. He has the capacity, he knows what to do, he's able to do it, but the interest of the people away put on the right now, meaning the president and so on and so forth, their interest is contrary to his. He's a professional. They will not allow him to operate as a professional. They will want him to operate as a politician. We can also open the safe for we want 10 billion. He should not ask questions. Give these people loan, approve this, sign that. So he's there. There's nothing he's going to do. Even if he himself says they resign right now, bruh, a problem. Because if he resign, that means they don't sabotage. His life would be at stake.
The man is to resign. No, since you know, say he's a professional in his own rights and he will not be able to work in that sort of environment, do you think he will resign for his own dignity, pride, and respect as a professional?
Well, it's too soon now. It's too short. But you know, it's too short. Within 3 months, and we don't know what happens behind the scenes. That's what I'll say. Okay. So it's easy for say the person here he can walk away, he can resign, but doing it is different. How you do it is different. When you do it is different. So we have to take all that into consideration as well. But do I believe in him as an individual, as a professional, whether I get what he take for do things, if you get the right people around them, definitely yes.
Okay, well, let's have an
all the people where they don't send a secondment to we country, when are Sierra Leoneans, the way me know, they've performed well. Dr. Samuel Kamara was sent on secondment to Sierra Leone. Dr. Kelfala Mara was sent on secondment to Sierra Leone. We saw them, right? On the other side, how they perform. Things were not rosy, but they managed to maintain it. It never got to this situation. But the one that they appointed, I call her, from a political lens and all lens in the we don't ever get experience for work, because you being a professor does not qualify you. It not qualify you for work as bank governor. You they teach theory and you they do the actual work is different. It's different. Theory does not apply when it comes to country. The same theory the way they work others, I know they work Nasalo. So they're going to keep this like this. He's going to be there. Nobody not there for talk, but I'm past like how they talk about the issues there like this. But it's going to remain a rumor. Tomorrow, we can't tell we say I retire or I've been for personal reason. They'll find one flimsy excuse and put on there.
So what would you say about this post that reads, we are in the last 3 months of the NPRC. You know what that means. It means Julius Maada Bio versus Central Bank, part 2. You are lucky if you find anything in the bank after.
What I've been telling you earlier, just now, before you read down there, I say the guy not going for able to perform because then they expect and say open the vault, we want 10 billion, right? What was the accusation 2017 during the presidential debate? And then Dr. Samuel Kamara say,
President currently Julius Maada Bio walk away with how many million?
$18 million.
$18 million. So basically, it don't already take more than $50 or $100 million. So how much more it go left now the vaults of the Bank of Sierra Leone?
Right. So
well, we yet to see on the handing over speech, right? Or the handing over message, or the handing over speech, or whatever it might be at the end of the day.
We need to wait for handing over speech. Well,
yeah.
The bank governor don't tell we say he don't bribe $68 million. What he did not tell us, who that he bribed the $68 million.
It's not business people.
Who's business people?
Well, the business people are the community of Sierra Leone where they do business with.
Yeah, but the business people, we see them where they're all meeting, right?
Yeah.
With the president. We hear the business people and statement that the salon economy they will say, it didn't treat na grown. That's how they put it. And the analogy that way the bread and butter Fulama use for describe the salon economy. And it show people are waiting to fix the economy, go turn things around. They never listen because they were not interested. What did the president tell we? He said at the first and that day. But what did they brief you during our cabinet meetings?
Was he briefed?
No, so that means say if you the chair cabinet meeting where they get updates and briefings and they see the report not they reflect waiting and they can't tell you, you should be asking questions. I make her say again, you will not go to Dr. Samuel Kamara in finance minister, or if something happen, he call him bank governor and can ask him for a brief, I can't tell her rubbish, or the person at NRA for can't tell her something where not add up. He go ask you if you're out of your mind. Sometimes you know the last na the job next 24 hours because you know say in your own delivery and legacy day at risk. That's what I would say.
Okay, so your final take on the bank governor. Do you think it is something in the making of a witch hunt, or is deliberate, or is because of his incompetency?
I will not say witch hunt. Why? Because it under that system, now them build this system, all this power system, he was part of it. He contributed. Now one of the people that maybe they show how for waiting them for do against the former president, things that way they need for do for hold the APC to ransom, for cripple the APC, for make sure say APC not kind of power again. And this I'm not saying ordinarily, I make refer people and let them go to YouTube videos them where we don't put up. Now they use the word how the former president don't thief the country money. Now the richest presidents now Africa he was one of the people that was carrying that propaganda before elections. Okay. So it's there on record. So I will not say it's a witch hunt. It just possibly say they don't outlive in usefulness, or it could be a political strategy that go sit on a corner so you don't get bad name. Sometimes you don't do other things where if governments change, if he's still there, they will ask him question for handover because he will be the one doing the handing over, right?
Yeah.
So the way they can succeed him. So if he's not there, he will not be doing the handing over. Then possibly that don't help for covert tracks for other people. Then he left Uda. He left the deputy or acting bank governor or do an official handover. So remember, Dr. Dennis Sandy equally did more or less everything similar to what the bank governor did or is doing or was doing. Then Sakam, no, so?
Yeah.
Usaide, quietly, there anything about him? What you can tell me now so, about people away then sack?
When they sack you, it means no questions to be asked. Go sit down, staff, relax and chill. You're not going to be into any form of inquiry. Yeah.
Anymore. Is there anybody who talk about Sunday again?
Nope. They don't close in chapter. Not to be talked about. And a new chapter.
Right. So then at the bank, they left this young man, we're not a party person, even if he get allegiance with, we don't know that because he has always acted as a professional. Now he right for belong to a party, now he right for align, but we not ever see him. Whereas Professor Kalon has always been a party member and they promote politics rather than, the professional way of doing things. So we can't accuse the guy, say, you understand, they do party work or no. We haven't seen it. It doesn't exist. He's there. He was there as a professional. And I make I tell people that when he came there from Tijan Kaba in 10, and he's been there this long. If he wasn't doing something good, he would have gone by now.
True, I agree.
But they want him there, then one Sunday for save face, for let we get one person where the inside we go make we look good to the international community. Because when they see him, they will see his and they come. Yeah, when I say too late, there's nothing he can do. There's nothing.
Except if you talk to people in way full of gibberish now they do, but that's too late now. There is no difference that he's going to make when the state of economy is as bad as it is right now. Except if now Magic Man or something go perform miracles from now on.
There is nothing he can do now, Brian.
Well, maybe he go perform miracles from now on to May. Otherwise, there is practically nothing he can do right now for changes to school. Okay, well, let's move on. And we come to another controversial topic. I feel say you say we don't exhaust the bank governor because I'll not be.
For now, yeah, we'll revisit it as we get more information.
Okay, I think so too. Let's leave it as it is for now. Now, there has been a lot of controversy funerals happening in Sierra Leone for the past couple of years, and we've seen people being given state funeral or non-state funeral that have helped to develop the country as Sierra Leone. But one question I want to ask Juma before we go into this topic: what qualifies a Sierra Leonean to have a civic or state funeral within Sierra Leone?
Well, again, tradition and expectation and what we don't do. Somebody we don't serve, we don't be public servants. You understand? Now that level there, you don't fly the flag and all of those things. The country for able to honor you when you are alive or where you don't die. Because it's only the good thing to do. Because once you do that, you encourage other people for able to aspire for serve Sierra Leone, for sacrifice for Sierra Leone. Now I make when soldier man die, for example, whether Now, before as we can say, other rank or not the highest person, then they give a proper military burial, guard of honor, then do that when you're gonna go, then do the 21 gun salute and all of that. Because that comes with it to honor you, to say, thank you, we appreciate your service, we will never forget that. And your family will know that, yes, you sacrificed for the green, white, and blue for a good cause. And service, public service comes in different ways. Some people work in offices. Some people involved, like we say, in sports. Some people represent in different ways in the academic world, in different things, in entertainment, different areas. That is why when people go away, they represent Sierra Leone, what do? They sing what? The national anthem. The national anthem. That shows you're not representing your home, your tribe, your household, your village, your community, your political party, or any other organization we belong to. You are representing what? The green, white, and blue Sierra Leone. So then they qualify people for civic funeral. So if you ask me, it's always been a tradition. That's how they operate.
So the tradition means specifically somebody who has represented the country or we don't serve in the interest of the capacity of the country, whether in and out of Sierra Leone or not, or somebody who don't serve within any government institutions in Sierra Leone, serving the purpose of Sierra Leoneans in Sierra Leone or out of Sierra Leone, is somebody that is liable to have a civic or state funeral.
But usually civic, because the state one and then can reserve them for, you know, the highest people in our politics.
Yeah, no, Nameka, they say states funeral, obviously. I want for like we clarify the two. Nameka, the green come also in play. Because the state funeral will go for somebody of higher authority, say somebody we don't
have. Vice president, kind of thing. Yeah. Usually the state that is responsible for all the arrangements, everything. Your family is involved, but the state, they say, well, this burying now we get up.
But also members of parliament as well can have a state funeral.
Yeah.
So people of that authority can have a state funeral as well. Also just that hierarchy for president, vice president.
But just make a because we don't see force, say with president them most of the time.
Yeah, but I've also seen members of parliament who are served in that capacity has been given state funeral. Anybody where then take in body to the House of Parliament or the state.
Yeah, where the line states and all that. They can a parliament, state house, for example, where they know they do, but mostly parliament, you know, and a big place and all of that kind of thing. Yeah.
Okay. Now the reason I can make mention of that for make we get the clarity of voting as state or civic funeral, where the government of Sierra Leone in any capacity will officiate for any Sierra Leonean who passed away. Now the fact say we've seen two meaningful funerals that will happen over the past couple of weeks, not too far from each other. And then the one way so surprising, maybe sometimes you go get a question mark with the Enweta Bawa's funeral, possibly not supposed to be a civic funeral or whatever you might call it, but I think it's a funeral that also deserves a civic laying out because Enweta Bawa has served in the capacity of changing the lives of Sierra Leoneans and talking vocally for the lives of Sierra Leoneans to be better. And I also believe, say, it don't represent in various capacities for Sierra Leone, outside Sierra Leone, within the sub-region, because he be the host one of the Mano River Union beauty contests where they outside we reach, but Sierra Leone has been the most, Sierra Leone, where it comes from, then I've been the person with me, the host that event, and that is something that is being done outside Sierra Leone, so representing Sierra Leone. So I think it's also a funeral that deserves a civic funeral at some point. After that, we get that Leone football legend, one of the very few football legends, and we still, they are alive, we passed away 2 weeks ago, surprisingly, by accident or by sick or by short illness, we died, Leslie Allen. And we believe, say, Leslie Allen does serve in his capacity as a captain for the Sierra Leone national team in the late 80s, He don't serve in his capacity na Zone 2. He don't serve in his capacity for represent Salone na the African Nations Cup competition, then we Salone don't take part. I think he also served as a player for the African Nations Cup women, where they may host na South Africa. I think he was part of that team as well. I don't know.
The first African Nations
Cup.
African
Nations Cup who qualify, yeah. So basically, that is a person we don't represent the green, white, and blue in various different capacity as a sportsman. You feel say it's fear on him and the people of Sierra Leone in his capacity that have served in football or in sports for make them deny him a civic funeral?
Again, let's start with the Henry Chabawa situation.
Right.
So rest in peace. Now, one thought we try to get off your mind whenever, if you notice, I'm not ever able to engage with the Henry Chabawa in death, funeral arrangement. I was not, because you know they try for say no, it's not true. I don't want it to be true, because I remember the last day we will host time now platform, how vibrant she was, the passion, the thing, and the life with this person, yes, the excitement that she had when she came to the UK and all of that. But besides that, like you say, he started a cause where nobody want to touch. At a time where people are scared to talk, the Sierra Leone Lives Matter thing. Don't forget about your own career as an entertainer, not the movie industry or the entertainment industry. Don't forget about that. But she did something that was really great. For the first time, we see him where other people end up can hijack, able for rally salon women them and young people, including men, for wear black for say Salone Lives Matter for that picture with them kill that mysterious death. That was
beaches in that because they rape and dump na beach.
They rape and dump na beach. So that was Henry Tabawa's one of him things that we push and we scared for, but other people can hijack them at the end of the day. We sometimes we say they sabi talk better English pass and get connection pass and all of that. But she did that. Waiting me one for say, this government again come and pride themselves say they want to build the entertainment industry. And liking and say the first lady of the country, now somebody will identify with that industry. The government say then they put premium on tourism. And somebody we don't serve the country, she's known outside the shores of Sierra Leone as a Sierra Leonean. If you research a Sierra Leonean actor or actress, Henrietta Bawa's name comes up internationally because you don't stand in Nigeria and other places with other people, them top actors and actresses there. Let's say they're not getting civic funeral. The decent thing to do as a government, even if it's not from State House, but from the Ministry of Tourism and Culture, for come out and pull a memo, say, we note or hear about the death of one of we own top. We sympathize with the family, the entertainment industry, and things like that, and even participate at the ceremony. We did not see any of that. Nothing, absolutely. And this is the sad part. So, was Henrietta Bawa seen as a threat or direct competition with certain people where we say, okay, well, until you don't die now, let we see. Because as a first lady, the things that way you for compliment your husband on are the things that you don't do. They do them because things like that, they go there as government person. You go there as somebody where now an actor or an actress, where they na entertainment, where know it Italek, where can relate with somebody like the late Henrietta Bawa. You go there and go show solidarity. Nothing of that. Let's say you were out of the country or you were so busy doing other things, you did not even send a delegation there. The Minister of Tourism and Culture, where they went and taught all kind award them at the wall, not even shown solidarity. But you will see her where big sister, they do them final. It go team up before, like say I win big sister or I organizer. If I then call a housemate, they do event, you go see I go before. Where people they organize the Afro-Caribbean event, you they see I go before they dance with the people they wake up like I say na government bring them come. But simple things for show solidarity, which one of you own, we are not able to do because you try to politicize everything. That's the Henrietta Bauer situation. The Leslie Allen situation again, it's the same thing. There are people in this government where they all go school together with Leslie Allen. There are people who watched Leslie Allen, where Leslie Allen entertained. There are people in this government where then they boast about footballers, maybe outside when they talk to non-Sierra Leonean, may at some point mention, oh, we used to have a player, a winger, or whatever, that is called Leslie Allen. He was powerful. Oh, he played in Ivory Coast. So he played for this place, he played for that place. Do you know him? That kind of thing. There are people who may possibly don't take picture with her. But just because this guy was seen as an APC person, they deprived him a civic funeral. A civic funeral that they did for Junior Tumbu. May his soul rest in peace. Junior Tumbu and Leslie Allen served longer than Junior Tumbu when it comes to football. He started playing what? In the 70s?
Late 70s, early 80s.
Late 70s, early 80s, up to the 90s, late 90s, until he got injured. He served longer. He played more football in Sierra Leone, in the shores of Sierra Leone, than Junior Tumbu played. Junior Tumbu played most of his career, football career outside the country, whereas Leslie Allen played most part of his career football in Sierra Leone.
And Leslie were the very first few Sierra Leoneans that signed contracts to play professional football outside.
Play professional football outside.
They started the trend. The Leslie Allen, the Ishmael, Mazola, and the rest. They started.
Right. So these were the people. So he played with the old generation. He played with his generation, and he played with the new generation. Yeah. Because anybody who go African Nations Cup played with what? The Junior Tumbus, the Parades, the Ahmed Kous, the Kalons, the Bashiru Kings of this world, the Zappas them of this world, the John Kister, when I coach right now.
No, John Kister don't play that Nations Cup.
he played one of the Nations Cup.
He played one or two matches, but not not with the likes of the 10 away. Let's leave it a play. No, John Kister in football career in Barcelona possibly about 15 years ago or 20 years ago.
The Kister and Rosiniers, we came to know about them during
Rosinier is older than Kister when he comes.
Okay, sorry. All right. Well, I'll take that back. Thanks for that correction. So he played with the Rosiniers of this world.
Yes, I would say so, yeah.
But then you give a funeral. So Junior Tumbu and left John Kister. Why? So would you say because you left Leslie Allen? So would you say because Leslie Allen later became a politician, so that means not counted?
That was the excuse.
Another one we will not even hear about Nagarincha as well.
Yeah.
Because we coach most of the players there. But even if this president who we get, if not somebody will be really like Sierra Leone and Sierra Leoneans and not too partisan. If I been be the one force way for push for let and give Leslie a civic funeral, even if other people let me object. One, because it was during the NPRC term where they claim saying I didn't get the key or for opening the padlock where Leone Stars go zone 2. So if you are taking pride of Sierra Leone's success to the zone 2 as saying that you be responsible, Leslie Allen was part of that squad.
Yeah, he was.
Your uncle or your brother or your cousin, Steve Bio, played football. Even possibly even if you not play with the Leslie Allens, but either coach them or manage them or one way or the other involved at the same time when Leslie Allen was still playing football. So you should know that. So no need for tell you that. This was a right for Sierra Leone that served Sierra Leone. But you deprived him, your government deprived him because of political colors. I think that's sad.
Okay, now let's bring the SLFA in play. SLFA as an institution should be a different body to government officials. Although now governments, they fund them partly when it comes to international matches, but the SLFA is an independent body on its own. I was expecting the SLFA to play some key role in the funeral of Leslie Allen because Leslie Allen represents the SLFA directly, regardless of saying he represents Salone. Okay, you need for a civic funeral. We could be put together by the city council or the mayor of Freetown or whoever might be in that capacity. But the SLFA itself is an independent body. I was quite shocked and amazed that the SLFA did not play any vital role in this particular funeral just because of the same kind of political thing we arrived. What's your take with the SLFA?
Again, we'll come back to the same double standard. We'll get at the country and everything being politicized to extent that it don't become so nasty and not even good for talk about, let alone imagine. So you can't make this, without making comparison with the Junior Tumbu in funeral. We were all happy, we all wanted that to happen because when that happened, what do? We liken them to the civic funeral where they been give the late Brahma Atuga Kamara.
Yeah.
Right? Where me still get that picture there. Then for being quiz me and not for be able to breathe the crowd na cutting tree. Right? We all saw that. Everybody, the one whole country, rally around Brahma Atuga Kamara. So if Brahma Atuga Kamara was given a civic funeral, Slafa participate fully. The most recent one we'll remember when Leslie Allen in Yon, Junior Tumbu in Yon, Slafa played a full role. The president even go there, right? Or did something or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah. So all of that.
Instead of SLFA, they had a civic laying out at the new city hall. They made speeches upon speeches upon speeches and upon speeches.
Yeah. They were jazzy, then this, then that, all of that. So this time, because they don't get a memo, say we're not going near an APC man, they decide not to be colorblind for something where can hit anybody. But they decided they were so scared. Even FIFA put out a statement and pay condolences to Sierra Leone and the family, Slafa and the family of Leslie Allen. FIFA. That shows say this man in name, then at that book.
Yeah, of course.
He don't serve the green, white, and blue. So if you not ever give him Order of the Roquel or any kind insignia award for his service to Sierra Leone, you deprive him. And SLFA not able for advocates say, no, this will look bad on us. This will look really bad on us. So you see the double standard? So who will say, then people can say, oh, not too late for talk politics, anything I want for politicize. We are not politicizing things. We are not in the helm of affairs to do things. The government do have a responsibility. They have a Ministry of Sport. They get national, what you call it, Sports Authority, council, or all that kind of thing. Then get SLAFA. You understand? All of that. You decided to go mute. Now, one great policy I see with Leone Star Jazz in what you call Leslie Allen Berry. Inside, I don't know that at the policy. I just saw one policy, one. I don't know if they be there, but even if they were there, they were more there as individuals rather than as an.
Now that's exactly what I want to say. Okay, now let's come into the organization structure of the Heroes. The Heroes is an organization of ex-footballers who are in Sierra Leone and out of Sierra Leone. We don't put together a membership drive of all the professionals, then we don't play football in a salon, we don't retire, then call themselves Heroes. Do you know about any role that they played for the Leslie Allen funeral? Because he was also part of the Heroes, and they now the Heroes and actively involved as well. What do you feel say for them be the role of the Heroes then? Take into consideration the government refused a civic funeral, take into consideration SLFA refused to play an active public role, take into consideration is now just down to the family for bury their loved one, and you have an organization where he was part of, were very significant in the organizational structures of the ex-players and where they're alive, and some of the one that we passed away, like how Leslie Allen passed away. What do you think the role of the Heroes should have been in this particular situation?
Again, me go say the Heroes, I don't know what their mandate is, but it come back to the same thing, what they see, the double standard, the monarchic business. You understand? So if certain people be they go there, they would have been the first to be there, like I say, not in concern, not in care, and all of those kind of things. Okay? We saw, may he so rest in peace, Eric Lansana, you understand, in funeral. All angle, everybody participated.
Mm-hmm.
Even if he wasn't giving a civic funeral in Freetown, but he was giving a high-profile funeral where everybody, whether they be the APC or this or that. So that is the difference with this government. You understand? The last president, President Koma, that's not one thing we've been good at. He know when for play politics, he know when for put culture before, he know when for put, in personal relationship with people and before. Burying them don't happen. Not to wonder I watch the late President Kabadai.
Yeah.
We saw what happened, right? Did they deprive him of that? No. A full funeral we get for Guy, any president. That's what they do to National Stadium.
Yeah.
He did that. He was there, right? He did what he had to do. He respect the family and take the lead. All of that and make up a national thing. What would have happened if President Bio was really serious about national cohesion? What a perfect opportunity for just boss now APC in place and say, I can't tell you now Osh for burying. One, because Leslie Allen was a member of your party, but more so this now we get and we country, he serve we country, play football for we, he this, he that. What an opportunity missed. So like the Heroes, them, no blame them because I don't know who's heading the Heroes, waiting at the agenda, waiting at this, waiting at that.
I think personally they should have joint responsibility for take the blame for not.
Of course. But the president, wait for lead the representation. If the president lack, what do you expect from other people? Because
okay, well now that's not the thing where I want for try for say. When the person that sits on the top of the helms make a major mistake like this.
Do you think it's a mistake?
Well, not a mistake, but where he do a deliberate act like this, whether it's a mistake or not, and they expect the one that way they closer by to the victim for say, no, we will not associate ourselves with that particular deliberate act because this is one of us.
Yeah.
And what if it happens tomorrow? Mm-hmm. Somebody else will get alignments with the SLPP political party and power change.
Mm-hmm.
You go on for make them do you the same. Will you be happy if something like this nature happen to your loved one where sometimes don't serve in the highest capacity for represent Salon in sports and then deny you a civic funeral just because APC party members and say, well, you've been the SLPP. So make Infambul go beg him. Would you be happy if that happens? So to me, I think forget the double standard. It's very important. I agree. Forget the fact, say, okay, maybe the president made a mistake, but I agree, say it's deliberate as well. Forget the fact, say SLFA could have played an active role, but they failed to do so. Which kind of message then they send to the people of Sierra Leone who are raising the flag of Sierra Leone outside Sierra Leone?
Well, that's Namika open and say, it's been a tradition, we now would expect, and you use that for let people appreciate, say, if I sacrifice for the green, white, and blue, the country will
be going to be remembered.
Huh?
Now the question is that how I'm going to be remembered?
Exactly.
Based on my political alignments will be a disadvantage to me.
Yeah.
Are they saying, for example, okay, let's make a typical example here. George Weah was a footballer, right? He played football, but he does have a political party. So does it mean if he wanted to run as a political leader, a presidential candidate, he's not supposed to do that?
That's a question. Because Leslie Allen, the way he served Salone, he wasn't a politician.
He wasn't a politician.
But one thing you cannot take away from him, his dad has always aligned with APC.
Exactly.
He grew up na APC host, now that is Sabi family members, them, all of them are APC. So that was something, a choice he made to associate and to belong somewhere where he felt
disadvantage you to have the right to be recognized for the work that you have done to serve your nation.
Right.
So to me, I ask this question because I want to make possibly the authorities in charge now put themselves in the position of any of the things that will happen, put themselves in the position of the late Leslie Hannon for say, now that you didn't have this capacity, either you play ball, you represent Salone through sports, or any kind of international events where they represent Salone for. If you passed away, is that how you want the sitting government to appreciate you for the service that we don't render to the country Salone? Because if we don't ask this question, it means what goes around comes around. So what if APC in power come June decide for themselves to take the same steps if somebody will possibly align himself to SLPP political party passed away and deserve a civic funeral? If APC turn around and say, well, sorry, we refuse you civic funeral because you get some alignment to a political party, we break that news to your family, how would your family react? And how the families of Leslie Allen will feel right now for make them not for say, them picking not serve in his capacity to represent Salone and put Salone na the football map for the 10 way they play when he was not a politician. Are you actually saying to us that if you don't represent Salone in any capacity, you're not supposed to be a politician?
Well, see, boy, if them people here get my sack driver, maybe they drive officially, they drive a politician or somebody who work in a government at the time. Not to the person assigning himself, the person go drive for government of Sierra Leone. Now government of Sierra Leone employ him, then they assign him to a politician or somebody who work in a particular office. Then sack him because of that. Then sack messenger, where sometimes they clean our politician in office. What else do you expect? How low can people go? Now you extend it into demand them. People will don't die. We're not going for comeback. Let's let them not get for votes. If you register, not get for votes. You still extend malice to them and deprive them for something where you work for genuinely. Well, if we don't use that in time day, he go school, he become doctor or something else. But he played football, he entertained Sierra Leoneans, he became a model, role model to other people that wanted to be like Leslie Allen. We not go bad. He still come out and say they serve in country in different capacities. Hey, Bo, how low can you go? But again, like I said, is this the type of Sierra Leone who will want for another 5 years? Ask yourself that question.
Well, it's a good question for end this particular topic because we want to know whether this is the civilian that you will want for yourself if you passed away when governments change and you are aligned to another political party that is not the government in power. What you want? Now that's, so make the choice and the choice is yours. Right, so let's move on. Now we come to something slightly a little bit more controversial. Again, the same thing for do with representation within our country. We don't see we get one of we entertainers then we na LJ. We don't they in I'm not gonna say remand, but he's been in Panemba Road for almost 6 or 7 months now, and we still haven't been able to know what's in fact. We realized he was supposed to go to courts this Monday. He go courts Monday, and Justice Fisher don't adjourn the court's decision to be verdict to be passed against him on Friday. But he also advised say, like Mamadou Ba Awiase. Now Mamadou Ba name as in full name.
Alajiba.
Alaji Mamadou Ba, I think. Make it Awiase for the crime where he commits might send him down for 20 years or more. Now, based on the crime we commit, Juma, you know, it's not the crime again with them say LJ versus the states for? Was it?
Then say robbery.
Robbery and something else.
Okay. I think so 4 counts charge or whatever there, you know.
Right. So let's take the
robbery, you know.
Let's take the robbery. For instance, say you're charged for robbery in Sierra Leone, daylight robbery, I will say, without any form of injury to the victim or any form of life-threatening injury to the victim, and we haven't been able to hear any testimony or any kind of submission from the prosecution directly from the victim himself or whatever might have happened. Do you think 20 years for Justice Adrian Fisher for advice, say it might go down for that long or more based on a charge for robbery?
Well, again, see boy, let go there put in a salon. But me no more say what goes around will come around someday. You see, when people they do things where you're in a position of power, a position of advantage against other people, be careful what you do and what you say. It might look good at to you at that time. You might succeed. You can please the powers that be. You go use them people and they then sorrow, then pain, and climb up. But just watch whether you will have excuse tomorrow or what excuse you will want to make for yourself. The alleged situation in the first place, one, he's been victimized. He's been deprived of his rights. He's been abused of his human rights. All the things that were wrong under the laws of Sierra Leone and international laws are wrong. Firstly, then torture him, because even though say the crime where they accuse him for allegedly say he guilty, but you torture him because firstly that man come, you no get right for go cutting dreads. You don't have any right for physically harm him because that's a physical harm.
Yeah.
Right? Una do that to him even before understanding waiting at the case, waiting at the allegation. You already don't torture the man as a criminal. So premeditated first. After that, this guy has been put on remand for over 6-7 months, went against any law na Sierra Leone, because you say justice delayed is what? Justice denied.
Right.
Because at that time, let's say for argument's sake, what they accuse them for not true. You have witnesses and all that thing, then you don't give more than enough time for let them tamper with witnesses, for let witnesses forget, for let people go make up one story or the other. That guy has been deprived of justice for over 6-7 months or a year. Put on a Pademba road, accusing him for different things. The guy know well. Then deprive him of access to medical care to a large time until we then see same situation don't completely they deteriorate before they can go na corner. And they actually took him out of there because somebody go say LJ make audio. You know? And now people are so evil and mean, they keep blaming the family of LJ for when they advocate and talk for justice. Now una know they help this situation. If una know they can on social media, una they talk, you know, the judge go know what thing for do. So you see now una they make the thing the worse. So is this about justice according to the laws of Sierra Leone, or is it because someone wants to prove a point that I will show you who that Nami gets power? This is the questions we ask ourselves. So the judge or the people the way they prosecute this thing, are they doing it in the interest of the alleged victim, or then they do them for prove a point against LJ? Because LJ not agree Ben, because LJ decide for wear red, we come back to the same thing again. Because LJ decide for sing against President Koma, against President Bio. But when LJ been sing in favor of President Bio, or we go to President Bio and say, now the best thing this would ever happen to me in life, I wish I can hug you right now. What happened then? So if you say LJ has always been a criminal, why President Bio entertain a criminal to for let them get that kind of conversation? So I don't make one story against them from April 2018. Let people understand this. From April 2018, LJ don't suffer in the hands of the police, of people that were in our government in different forms. He was attacked, he was in coma, then beat him, na what you call a Lumley Beach Hotel or Sierra Palms, you know, brutally beaten, you know, even if for them they in coma, they even take him back, then go lock on a police. There was videos where they all LJ up na the other hotel, Swiss Hotel, the Kandong, the police that they use comment the way then they beat them, then they say things. And we see the same pattern where the judge say, oh, I want you to concentrate on your music career, because that is not your thing to say. You don't determine what he concentrates on. You decided to be a lawyer. If he was a musician and wants to do something else, you leave him alone. Not to you they determine. Not to you na papa, not to you na your mama, not to you na LJ.
Yeah, but what do you mean by saying you need to concentrate on doing music and nothing else? Does that signify, say, LJ is doing something else that they are not?
Exactly, that's the question. So when you say that, meaning say, you know what, let it be advocate, let use music for talk about politics, let it banter with any other person. So everything about LJ is supposed for cease. So now what you want for let you do, LJ, we just want to let you sing no more. That's it. And the song that we sing safe, we get for censor them. You know, because they go and talk, say they go and find people and say, oh, then sing song where they against the president, the song then they curse the president, you know, or they say bad things about the president. That means you are censoring people. That censorship, that, you know, so that's what they're doing to LJ. So either they for let you keep quiet, or they make way they talk, and it's way you say they use them against you. So the judge say, your sentence can be up to 15 years, or I can decide for make and more. So what they're trying to do, let me tell you this. He don't raise this height. So he's going to give him a lesser sentence, where they're not being supposed for doing in the first place. because they don't keep her longer than he's supposed to be. They don't abuse them in so many ways, them, and they don't even get evidence on her. Because you don't get proper witnesses that we can deliver. Most of the people that we go there, now hearsay, third party, not of people that will be there at the scene.
So where is the location of the victim right now? Is the victim still available to?
I don't know. I don't know.
That's why they take somebody. Well, it's the state versus LJ, but not all the states make the allegation against him. It was somebody. So
right.
Why should we be the state versus?
Well, they will say because that criminal matter, the allegation.
Yeah, even if it's a criminal matter, the state should not be fighting LJ. It should not be the state versus LJ. Because
well, that's the question. So, where you don't see all them build up there, so then we can get a lesser sentence now. They like say, oh, this government, a Kumra government, even where LJ bad, so this, that, they don't sorry for them. Instead of them for being sent on 20 years, hey, well, family una beer, you know, they really don't do well for 1 year no more than send them for.
So if LJ runs a jail term in Sierra Leone for something that is not justifiable, what thing would be the outcome of that?
Well, they're supposed to appeal. In lawyer, they're supposed to appeal. We know say whatever appeal now not going to take place, and by God in power, where governments change, can go appeal. You know, but again, you don't waste so much of that guy in time unnecessarily. Lima, they go and kill people. If they boast about that, then go kill people inside Pademba Road prison, then boast about that. He recently go on a radio station and say, then go use brush by people, then go brush people, and he's still working as a free man. Did you tell Lima to concentrate to be a deputy minister? No. Was he sacked or suspended for his statement? No. Abu tell people and say, go make una mama they wear black. And indeed that happened.
It happened, yeah.
It happened. Then suspend him for 21 days, and he was reinstated after that. What happened? Nothing. So LJ, somebody call una, say LJ try for robber, almost 400,000 or 500,000, or go pump petrol, and not pay. You don't have a proof of that. Nothing.
My question is, why should it be the state versus LJ?
Well, again,
because it shouldn't be, because LJ did not commit a crime against the state. It was as an individual, supposedly to be. And why is the individual not prosecuting LJ rather than the state? Why is the state taking over a case like this, where the person can make the allegation?
Because LJ, like I say, has always been a target. Remember the press conference where the Inspector General of Police, Sovola, be make at one point, issue a bounty on LJ.
Somebody. Yeah.
On somebody. Yeah. He said bounty because they say LJ jump bail or whatever.
Yeah, yes, not even start for verify anything about the person.
No, he get the wrong name. You understand? He get he don't know the person address unknown. He issue a bounty on his head. Say anybody will catch LJ must not be 5 million or I don't know.
Yeah.
5 million. He do a whole press conference on LJ. You see, so the guy has been a target from one thing to another on this young guy. And now they want to make a letter like I say in a favor they get for do. And Samela just said something here very important. The letting of child molesters cases being swept under the rug and possibly 20 years of LJ. It's total inhumane, so wrong. But that reminds me, LSC, where person, whether they insert or person die in premises, they will come, they left up, it go flip. LSC still there. You they talk anything about that?
No.
They know where LSC is. If they want him to be extradited, they will call Nigerian governments to say, we have a citizen of interest in your country. We want that person extradited to Sierra Leone. But the guy is making videos. He's even commenting on Sierra Leone politics and things where they happen at Sierra Leone.
Yeah,
if Sierra Leone can extradite a Nigerian man, we don't go dupe people in a salon, millions and millions of dollars, where then finally catch and because there be a scheme, a fraudulent scheme where they run with people in government, where they no one for anything come up bad for let people they know. then don't extradite and go Nigeria. But you cannot ask Nigeria to extradite LAC for something on another issue, say he's
wrong. Don't tell him man go Nigeria quietly for making that in Okomos. Extradite Nigerian government?
Yeah.
They cannot definitely send him to Nigeria because he holds 3 passports. He holds a Sierra Leone passport, he holds a Ghanaian passport, and he holds a Nigerian passport. How can
the man be done a criminal offense in Nigeria? He was investigated by the EFCC, the Anti-Corruption Commission, where they get the Economic Crimes Unit, right? So they know what they're doing. And we're just making these examples for let people understand, say, you cannot do this and get away with it for the rest of your life. It will come back to haunt you. It will come back to haunt you. And look at the pattern. They're using 2 or 3 people. One something they call Geba, right? One magistrate Geba or whatever his name is. Now one prominent one they use for most of the political interest cases. Hannah Boni is another one, and Justice Fisher. And the 3 people and then they use for all them political cases they would on see recently.
Okay. So will they still wait for the outcome for Friday verdict?
What they'll do is the same situation that they did with the Palo Conte situation. That's what they're going to do.
They will make like for saying they pardon or forgive them.
Yeah, they'll say there's a sentence and to community sentence or this or that, or then send them 1 year. And then they count the number of months they wait on serve, so you will only do 3 months. Because look at what happened. Then don't release most of the other guy they wait them in jail like Preso.
But then get 2 more weeks still day or 1 more.
They left LJ and brother inside there with 1 more person. All the people then think say, including LJ. So you see, LJ when they say na in commit the crime, 30 days, they not be done sentence it, but they be done sentence the other one them. We just go for
their sentence was based on the fact that they go inquire.
They go for inquire, yes.
Inquire.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
Anyway, we wait for see what's going to be the verdicts of the LJ versus the states where are not even supposed to say it's supposed to be LJ versus the states, where they happen on Friday by Justice Adrian Fisher. Again, another justice where they work alongside political and government cases, them where they against anybody or government officials when they support this particular government in power. But we'll go wait and see what will be the verdicts of that particular case day, where they happen on Friday. We hope so Friday will come back and go twist someone and say sorry with the adjourn until Monday. Because we know say anything that happens on Friday sometimes can be something to be decided on instantly and make a change, say, well, okay, then they do them now on Monday. We'll not be surprised if that happens. Well, look at the time for the gap, but to get 1 or 2 more topics I want to touch on. One will go be the Lunge Airport. Is it international or national or new terminal or whatever you might call it?
I want no postpone that before, Sabi.
Why not postpone them?
The thing is because they don't. I would actually they don't get the one hit wonder. It's done now. The one maybe they say na new airport, but they're still using the old one. They don't open them. It's official now, but they're not using it. Why?
That's my question. My question is it a public airport or a private one?
Well, again, the point is the president say they don't build new terminal.
That's not the controversy.
The president of Sierra Leone say na terminal. His supporters and in government ministers then say na new airports.
And even the contractor or the person where they in charge of infrastructural development advising the president, Professor Tamu Naine,
Tambi,
himself say na brand new airport. So who is saying the truth here?
Right. So again, na make I say na dengue for pull their own secrets na do, na then they fet themselves. You sabi how them be they say, remember during COVID, what na be the argument na AYV about everything? Exactly. One saying a SUV, the other saying a Prado. One saying a brand new, the other saying a second hand. Deluxe. You understand? And so now so that one day done. Say the people are confused. Now you know the slogan reading as alone. Say one country, two currency. One country, two airports, now the same location. So and the same name. So the same location, but you get two airports for one country. You know, say I mean one country, one people, but now I see how things don't change.
Yeah,
one country, two currency.
I still they ask the question: how on earth you go open a terminal or airport, whichever it might be, 2 weeks after, and nobody still have access? And I'm asking people where they say we don't get new airports. Now, then you fly come? No. And the airport's not even visible to the eyes of the one they really flying at the old airport. And apparently, flights then they land at these airports every other day.
So let me tell you something. You can't fly there or what you call other plane and they can land there if they not meet that international inspection. It's about safety and security of people. That's one. Two, that place, you see that control tower, then don't build the control tower, but all the equipment them, now the old control tower is there. So you can't, that one not functioning if you don't have a control tower there. What they're trying to do is to remove the equipment, then they knock out equipment then for the control tower. Another one in Ainge Airport, one of the most expensive thing. The one for remove the one at the old tower and bring and come at the new one. That has not been done yet. So there is no way that will be operational until then do that one day.
That is practically impossible right now because it could take time for me to dismantle and remove. Pass will not get for possibly get flights running for maybe a couple of months or maybe.
And don't be surprised when that happens.
Okay, so you want to leave that for? Okay, let's leave that. We will come into
that. We don't discuss them, so let's just continue on this briefly. And
so now what you said is clear, but how comes the president use them for land? We don't know like a must, and he also use them for takeoff, for go na Dubai for attend to some international summits we've been seeing happen. How comes he manages to?
They showcase what you see. Mostly them they showcase. They say the presidential wing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That's what they cared about.
So, do you know of any time where the airport will be accessible to the people of Sierra Leone?
Well, the one that we opened the airport, how long ago? Was it a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks?
Almost 2 weeks now. Almost.
It was open on the what? On the 3rd of March?
Last week.
Yeah, the 3rd of March, not the last week. Where?
Was we? No, it's almost 2 weeks now.
Okay. Yeah, 2 weeks. So the 3rd of March, from where they opened the new terminal, airport, or whatever it's called, we're still waiting. Now then go tell we. Today I saw a video about hundreds of the staff that will be the work, where they on strike right now, where they don't care go to the Suma group. Now then one for go give them a new contract for 1 year as contractors. These are people living a full-time job. But no benefit, no medical, nothing. All them benefit they them get under the Sierra Leone Airports Authority. They've lost all of that. So they were demonstrating today. There's a video out there where they show, say that they try for demonstrate. They want all the severance pay from the last time where they terminate their contract, and they want to make sure say they get better contract moving forward. The other lady say in salary you know reach $100 a month. But what did they say? They say they will give people a better salary and all that. Not so that they didn't tell people.
Yeah.
I don't tell people. So this is all out there. It's not Juma saying it, not to Tibo, not to Sierra Gem Media. It's out there for verification. When I go listen for myself. So they played politics, but politics go play them as well.
All right. So well, my question still not get answered yet. I want to know whether the airport terminal a private airport terminal where they only take people and we the president they approve for say then they land there or not, or if you open an international airport of that standard, it should be accessible to the people of Sierra Leone then therefore they still use the old airport? Because I don't ask series of questions. Even somebody who so strongly believe in this power ideology, I ask him, I say, "Boy, big, who you come off Freetown camp? You don't see this airport?" "Yes, I don't see him." I say, "How? You get picture, you snap on your phone?" Unfortunately, he didn't. So that's the only question I need to ask him. If you get picture of the airport from your phone, when you self take that picture, then you get to be boastful of the new airport.
But you know Phoebe and Swill in video way.
I saw the video. Yes.
Phoebe and Swill say, "But this airport, don't you? But I can't take picture now. They fly now the old one back, the same one pala, who being criticized." But the other interesting thing is this same new terminal or new airport gets two different names.
What's the name it gets? We can assume Lunga International, I'm missing at the headline. I mean, the front line, and then they say they get some group where they write up some tower also.
Freetown International Airport, now they put now the new building. Let me call it building. We are not able to distinguish it whether a terminal or airport, new one. But the new building, now Freetown International Airport, where now the official name internationally of Lunge Airport. The location is in Lunge, but the official code where it comes to them are FNA. So Freetown International, and that in the airports, Freetown Airports, Freetown International Airport. That's the code. So the code not change. But when you go inside the new building, the signboard already see Suma Airports. Suma Airport. Go watch all the pictures. Them inside a Suma Airport, then the name out here under Freetown International Airport. Then you get Lunge Airport at the same location.
So that means we have two airports in Lunge.
Yeah. Well, again, I make people say one country, two airports at the same location.
Interesting. All right. I know say my question will get answered, so I need to dwell on that.
We will know as we go along whether it's a private,
maybe in the next couple of days,
or possibly we'll not even know until the government change. Now we'll know whether not private airports.
I think so, because for now we're not going to private, because me and my own conviction that I think it's the private airports. Now private landing bay for possibly small international flight the way they can. Or somebody tell me today, say, sometimes maybe the president don't want to make me take track of when he left or go in and out of the country. Now he make that airport day. Because you know they in the eyes of men to see. It's right some side. Because the impression what they get earlier when they say the airport where they build the new terminal, just the opposite. The old one.
Remember when they been beginning propaganda, when they go to they say, hey, they work at 30 minutes.
Exactly.
When you work at 30 minutes, now 1 minute drive that.
Well, they say they're just opposite. So basically, I don't know what's
opposite. You not get land opposite.
Exactly.
Now, them people pan body them. Now, now the same line. You know they go build opposite terminal. It doesn't work that way. The same side. Now the same side, they're now building extensions, then do. That's all what this is. They put on new buildings, and then they make like a scenario. So now then create unnecessary problems for themselves, because one, it was for political reason, for say, you see, we are a serious government, we able for build new airports inside 1 year or 2 years. And we use, and for justify the $270 million as against $330 million way for being built with a new airport, different location, a new city, and all of that. So they ran propaganda with this, and now they're facing it. Professor Tambi or Dr. Tambi, these are all the people that they become disappointed in. This is not just somebody they don't work in America for the longest time. He don't work in the aviation industry. He's supposed to know better. But he was the one that was talking about a new city, Lunge Bridge, $2 billion. Then later, then can ask her, how long people can get for pay for that? He say, forever and ever. That means, say, if they can build a Lunge Bridge, we for continue for the pay for that. That did not materialize now. So now, so for saving face, it get for say na new airport. Because now they don't promise Lunge people they will build new city for una. Me know people they don't begin go buy land na Lunge because of the Lunge Bridge and the new city. Yes. But now they have not been able to deliver a new city. You remember what happened that petrol state, that petroleum, African petroleum?
Yeah.
Also the same thing they say, oh, we don't need MP na APC. Now then they sponsor APC, we don't get African petroleum. Where is African petroleum today? Did they hear anything again?
No, but that was a fluke just for generate few amounts.
So that's the same thing, you know.
Okay, well that's fine. Well, let's wait and see what's going to be the outcome of the new airport or new terminal or whatever it might be. Because my question is, who owns it? Is it a private-run entity or now for the people of Sierra Leone for use for go back and forth as a means of traveling now through airlines? Well, we have to see that because again, we now have to begin wait and see say this new terminal or airport will not get for able for use them. Then why would I go use them as a bargain chip for political gain? I don't think it makes sense at all. But let's move on as we wrap up. Juma will come to the final topic of the day today. Now the new form of campaign. We all don't see what's going to happen within the past couple of weeks. The First Lady don't take up a mantra. But also, Juma, I will possibly want to touch on this small. Maybe it will trigger something that people in mind. Do you realize that the First Lady has buried 2 of her personal security bodyguards within the shortest period of time?
2? When was the second one?
The second one was buried a few days ago. Then impersonal bodyguard. We then see them fatally stabbed somewhere in Aberdeen. Yep. What do you make of that? Because too much of a coincidence. The one was an accident. The second one just happened about few weeks after them bury the lady way been dying at the accident. Then this now in personal bodyguard way, then say them fatally stabbed now somewhere in Aberdeen. We then bury about 2 days ago or 3 days ago.
That's sad.
Because to me, I'm thinking, is it too much of a coincidence or what's the reality behind it? Or I'm personally concerned that a personal bodyguard of the First Lady, very built, huge, young gentleman, may his soul rest in peace, to be fatally stabbed in an incident like that. Don't you think that person should be protected?
But again, we have to start asking, waiting at the circumstance on that happened, you know, what was the situation and all of that, you know.
Was he targeted? Because if not stabbing to some offense, we would have heard about the arrest of the perpetrators. If not two fighting or if not targeted killing, we don't arrest X, Y, Z, Z, Z. But just a fatal stabbing of your personal bodyguard, as in self-protection, as in close protection bodyguard. And we know you're hearing nothing about the stabbing, the case, or what happens to the person who did the stabbing, or any arrest has been made. Don't you find that very strange in your own capacity as somebody really served in that capacity for being into that kind of brawl day, if not brawl self, or into that kind of environment where they go fatally stab them? Possibly not one stabbing, because that guy will not just be stabbed once and die, because he's physically strong. Because when I see him picture, and I'm thinking to myself, that's a strange occurrence for somebody of in nature to be stabbed to death. And we know you're enacting about the stabbing, who did the stabbing, whether the person has been arrested or charged for murder. And I even shocked self, so you're not even aware of that self, because it should be like something of women for don't go all over media, just like the first accidents we in personal bodyguard back when gets on the roads coming back.
On a man.
That man, this one a man.
That's sad.
Physically strong young man. But I think it just triggered something in my brain thinking what would have been the reason behind his death. And for make somebody of that nature die, we will not still know who that kill him or who that stab him, whether the person has been arrested.
Why we not hearing about this? Is it because this cannot be politicized as you know accidents will occur on my Shaka road where they go claim saying our opposition targeting or what? Or is it publicized because of the backlash where that one day been gets?
It was on the public because it was online. It was on her page. I saw the funeral procession, and I think I wanted to know the reason behind the death, but I couldn't find any kind of reason behind it. Not just a fatal stabbing of close protection bodyguard of First Lady, fatally stabbed somewhere in Aberdeen. I don't know whether a club you go on some joints. I don't know, but it was just sad that an incident like that would happen to somebody. Now, security guard of the First Lady should be armed and protected.
So you're not able to protect himself.
That's the problem. That's the point.
The Second Lady, the First Lady, sorry. Well, again, it's not supposed to happen to any Sierra Leonean.
Yeah, sure, of course.
First place, and that's why we say, you know, anything where they create violence, we get for try for avoid them. People away get responsibility for protect every Sierra Leonean and every citizen and every resident of Sierra Leone, not for encourage people for perpetrate violence and other people. Because like we say, you were throw ashes, ashes go follow you. When it comes to you, how would you explain it or justify it? You see, enough will happen to anybody. So it's a sad situation, but hopefully we'll hear it someday. You know, soon waiting exactly happen.
Okay. Yeah. I just want for now when they come in, but let's go to the last topic of discussion.
Yeah, before we go to the last topic, somebody may ask a question. What is the difference between an airport and a terminal? Yeah. So again, remember we'll talk about the name. The official name, recognized name now Freetown Airport, FNA.
Yeah.
Okay. So now make the name still remain Freetown International Airport, because an airport now the authorized space. You know, Usai aircraft then plane then go take off and land.
Yeah.
Authorized meaning this now the legal place now in this. So that's why Lunge becomes the same thing. The name not change. And we'll say legal in this sense because now that one day internationally, now that industry they recognize as Freetown International. If you been go build other one at my Shaka, then you obtain a new code for them, it becomes another airport, still in Sierra Leone, an authorized space. For let it be authorized, you get for pass through inspection, you get for go through all the other things them for make them authorized. Okay, so terminal, now the building, you know, Usai passenger, then they transfer, you know, all that kind of thing. And so it's the building, and a terminal can get different gates, different landing points. So that is why we kept telling people, say, they extended. This is an extension of Lunge Airport. But the government was playing with words. They call them new airport. It's a building. You build a new building, you put tar for the terminal, for the runway, we say then go taxi and take off. That's it. Does not qualify it as a new airport. It's an extension of Freetown International Airport, commonly known as Lunge Airport.
Just like how each go terminal 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days.
Exactly. Simple. A simple thing. They extended the terminal does not mean Heathrow Terminal 2 is a new airport.
So this is now Lunge Terminal 2.
Yeah, Lunge Terminal. No, Lunge, Freetown International Airport, Suma Airport Terminal.
Terminal 2.
Yeah.
Well, that name long we go ask for gonna get called.
Yeah, because if we got all the name, then they'll go for call all the name them follow able to extend.
That's correct.
Ghana, the main airport na Accra, they extended their terminal. They did not change the name. It's still what? Still Kotoko Airport, right? Is that what it's called?
I think I'm not go Ghana. I can't say much about Ghana. But anyway, the last topic of discussion are the new wave of campaign by the First Lady. Sanitary pads all over the country in distribution. Now, I saw today say they head to Kailaon for gold-shaped sanitary pads to 5,000 school-going kids. We go last them for a year. What's your take on that?
Huh?
Yeah.
They go serve them for one whole year?
For 1 year, yep.
Okay. So I don't care what they do with sanitary pads, whether they serve or most here is serve. That is up to those family members for know if sanitary pad enough for solve them problem for 1 year. That's their decision to make. The one they will get now them choice. If you vote for sanitary pad, if you go sell the sanitary pad you eat, if it enough for you for take care of your family and other things, go ahead and vote for sanitary pads. That's one thing. But one trouble where they see, and it is sad for Sierra Leone, people they pay a blind eye to this. Where now forcefully, then they take people them for go celebrate sanitary pad, for go tell president thank you, and people they end up die at the place. If we been get time today, we've been show the video where happen at State House, where then stampede people them. This not the second time. See boy say now the second time this way the First Lady in security then don't die. This not the second time in few months where stampede don't happen over sanitary pad and for go tell president thank you or for sure say they appreciate the first family. Now bo railing for them, picking and die, some injured, a whole lot of stampede happen. People say on a politics, on no play. This one now na inside State House or AU Drive. Then this they write letter them to school them. They write letter, Parliament write letter to all the female staff then at Parliament. They write letter to them, bank them. All the organizations say them for wear their office uniform. For
say
go.
The presidents don't give mandates for quota system for women's rights in governance or whatever.
Yeah, they say in recognition of International Women's Day, let them go to State House for go them match pass force for match pass different side them. But we then see say that in no work, the institution they not show up, then go get people picking them and carry them go to State House for go tell president thank you. Stampede happen there. They rush people. You hear any statement from government?
No.
No statement from government. No statement for sympathize with who that are injured or anything. They left them by themselves. So, now make us say, you, whether they call for go tell president thank you. Now you business. If then they go feed you in the next 5 years. Now you have to be bold with these kind of things. You have to show, say, because a lot of people not Alex until they understand the gravity of this. You now they don't go stampede, you know, they don't left one about yourself, na corner to hospital. You know, nobody here. So you see the
pattern. Some of the videos myself, yes, I did.
Yeah. So when they say this is a new pattern for campaign, man, I'm not sorry for anybody. Go there for pad and you vote for the pad. They promise kids in Kabbalah, say if you now vote for you, they're going to have free education. Free education is on paper, but what you spend is more than that. That was 2018. Now they don't, they give a free sanitary pad, not take them. Lord, I go vote. Not a problem, man. I take.
All right, it's a shame because at the end of the day, I think it's wrong. It should not be campaign bargain cheap. Sanitary pads should be distributed to schools and then go use them give to any of the picking and we possibly go through menstruation while they are in school. If they're able to go back home. But I think sanitary part for campaign chief, for say the first lady don't do well for secure the lives of young girls in Sierra Leone, I think it should be done not publicly like it is being done, but discreetly, and give them to the schools them privately. Because to be honest to you, get at the picking them, take them out of their school activities for that particular day is not correct. And secondly, these are school-going kids. Are they going to be the ones voting? I don't understand.
The idea is...
I don't understand the logic behind it. Because if me a parent...
The idea is take pictures, show, say, the government don't do well, lie to the international community, say, see, even the school picking and all the women then at the country don't get that and go tell the president thanking our state house. But you know, you hear much about that now because they don't go make people stampede, people picking and don't go there, they don't wound some, either don't die or whatever don't happen to them now, cannot. They're not gonna mind talk for even acknowledge for, say, we do understand this. And that's supposed to be a criminal matter in the first place, where police supposed to investigate if not sober country. You understand? Because why I say that? The All People's Congress Party organized a rally with a presidential aspirants. Then they come, they will find 120 million because they say, now they organize rally and they sing music then the way they cost the president. Not so the party be they sing or they say inside the rally. So if you can find them for that, what is wrong with investigating the people that will organize this event inside State House? We not make sure say them predict, for make sure say them provide a safe environment, a secure environment for school picking the way they can be. Stampede happen. Is it deliberate? Now somebody try for cause havoc there, or they just neglected, you know, waiting supposed for happen. What if when them picking them in Goyanda, the president the mistake draw and close, if for them inside the crowd it collapse. Then for the old school picking and then beat and say na APC send them, say for can sabotage and draw the president, or the mistake sweep the first lady for them go inside the crowd, the mass head. Then for saying that people and send them. But because it's the other way around, now people speaking them, then collapse. Nobody not talk nothing about that. Nobody.
All right. I think I saw the video myself. So basically, I think it's a wrong move, and I feel say the people of Sierra Leone should rise up. For distributing sanitary products is not a crime, but I think it should be done in a private way. And nothing to say for be a public display of bringing young girls who possibly sometimes they not that puberty age way, sometimes they will be not too comfortable or even buy parts safe in a shop. Because we realize that again with young girls, you hardly see even young people in a salon where sometimes when they go to the demonstration, they go to a shop, they go buy pad. And you are publicly sharing it to them in the public for men and can dance with and say they don't get pad. I think it's wrong. That has never been done in any civilized countries all over the world. They take it to schools and hand it over to the head of the school, especially girls' schools. But I think nobody happened at salon back in the days anyway. We then get people and we in charge of FLE, family life education. We've been responsible for situations like that in school. Then we even get school doctors or school nurses. Yeah. We've been the keep medicine. Then the vice principal, then be in charge of that. Then in cupboard.
When they get camp and all them kind of things, they pull them, then carry them go now.
Painkillers and movement. We're picking them with
the young girl, they picking in a staff room. Then they not feel better, call them parents, then come or one teacher accompany them, or they ask one of the students then for accompanying them to go home. You know, because
it was done in a dignified way.
For that.
Yeah. Imagine this nothing of it they do back in the days we will not be able to say the world is that exposed in a dignified way. So why should it be so degrading now? To me, that is degrading as far as I'm concerned. It is actually putting kids exposing them to certain things they were not supposed for expose themselves to.
Boy, the first question is this. That any sober government go ask himself, why are they not able to afford the pads? Why they're not able to buy them? That's the question you should ask yourself. And if you solve that problem, then you don't have to be giving them free sanitary pads because that's not what they need.
Sure.
Need a solution to the reason why they can't afford it in the first place. Because you have broken homes, because families them, poverty don't they now, mama no they work, mama no able for selling business money don't well. Papa will be the work, they don't sack and I workplace, or it don't take 6 months. So sometimes Papa be the work na Sierra Leone. Sierra Leone they're not able for pay for 1 year. So enable afford pad for him picking again. We can I be the subsidizer. You understand? Mama will be the sell, will be the ton, enable for sell again. Because in business money not do for go buy again because dollar don't go up. So you see the connections of things and why they're able for buy pad because the money they cannot do. So then they trade off food or sanitary pad, food or sanitary pad. So deal with that issue and left for fool people and gloss over things, thinking say you have done well by providing free sanitary pads. You're not doing it for the people, you're doing it for your own name. You're not solving a problem. Sanitary pad has never been an issue in Sierra Leone because people had a way to cope. Right?
Yeah.
We read women and strike say because they don't get sanitary pad.
No, never. That has never happened.
And you in a salon? No. Yeah, you want for improve hygiene? Yeah, it's a good thing. But do it in a way, like you say, in a respectful, because this is a private thing for people. You say people not to go to school because of sanitary pads. That is not what President Bio told us during the BBC interview. He said, Pikin they not to go to school because waiting. They not get for fees, they not get uniform, they not get bags, they not get books. When President Bio come enforce
angry, they're not getting for it because we are
angry, they're not getting for it. They not ever send a sanitary pad make them not go to school.
No.
Or then they drop out of school. Never. So now you're contradicting us. You promised the kids before Bill Gates, the richest man at the world at the time, President Bio promised say, he tell people and say, in government they give picking them. Then school fees are free, they need to pay school fees, tuition free, they give them bag, they give them uniform and school shoes. They with books, and then they cook in a school for them.
And school meal.
And school meal. Tell me whose school where they cook. Show me whose uniform, bag, where they buy for his school picking. And shoes where they buy for his school picking. This not what a person talk about. Now in Bill Gates, then David Stenger, and then Sidom, now a forum where President Bio they talk that. So you tell me, if ever it includes sanitary pad, or sanitary pad, is it part of the bunya of the A to Z delivery?
Yes, now part of the bunya.
So if you do the bunya, but you not do the right one.
Yeah. Well, now the same thing happened with the airport. They're saying they build Lunge Bridge and then build a new city, end up with attachment of an airport. Anyway, so I totally agree with Toti de Seyanga because to be honest to you, that's not to be the mandate of education for kids. That's not to be the mandate for changing the lives of young girls going to school in Sierra Leone, where the president being the advocates for when he video with Bill Gates and David Sengen at their platform at that particular point in time. But for answer to Sue in question, where they ask on YouTube, they ask who is Leslie Allen. Leslie Allen is one of a Sierra Leonean we don't represent Salone in the highest form in football. That being a striker, we don't score goals for Salone. And he play international career. He end up in Ivory Coast and a few more African countries than we represent. He was a former captain of the Lion Stars, and I feel say where he died, we will try for discuss the current situation where he found himself, then able for the a civic funeral, even though somebody we don't represent the country, they don't represent the green, whites, and blue. So that was Leslie Allen. We died 2 weeks ago, but he was buried 2 days ago in Freetown by his family and friends, and also put together by the APC political party, because he ends up to be a politician because he come up from a political home. And then also, so they asked the question if the person who talks say die gets any relation to that boy killing teacher. No, it isn't. That's a different story we will for talk about today. But we'll not get enough time for talk about time, but we'll left down there for another discussion, because I think the case is still pending behind the drama.
And we want to get more facts. We want to investigate.
Get more facts. So we're not going to talk about some right now.
And it's a sensitive issue for the family as well, you know. So that's why we have to be careful not to just say anything when we don't know much about it.
Yeah. But G4 highlights say the security guard of the First Lady we die now for drugs, then kill him for Nabadin. But that is nothing that we are confirming. We're not sure about it, but we go, like what Juma say, further information will come out about eventually we're going to exactly the reason behind his deaths. But may he so rest in peace. Again, he's a Sierra Leonean, despite the fact say he was a personal bodyguard for the First Lady, but I think his life still matter. Especially the kind way how he died, we will be able to know exactly what the cause. We don't know whether anybody has been arrested in his deaths related to him, but we'll be able to know more information going forward. But I want to say thank you very much, everybody. But Juma, I know we don't talk today about so many things. We don't talk about the APC one in May. We don't talk about Leslie Hanel. We don't talk about the bank governor. We don't talk about the Lungi Airport stroke terminal. We don't talk about, of course, sanitary parts. We also talk about issues then we will fit to say now burning issues then we will need to talk about in Sierra Leone. What will be your final message to viewers for tonight's program?
Well, I just want to say thank you so much to viewers them, you know, for being with us week in, week out, and you know, for their continued support. We want to say it's going to continue to be interesting on Sierra Media. You know, they appeal to now for please subscribe to all the channels them, and make sure say you share with other people, because the conversation that we get here, you know, do it with all. We don't know it, you know, sometimes we share our own opinions and we're not claiming that what we share here is correct or fact, but that's our opinion and we respect it and, you know, believe in it. And we will look for the formula as well. So, but everything we discuss here gets to do with Sierra Leone, either today or tomorrow, you know, whether you're in governance or not, whether you support party or party B, whether you are my neighbor or not. But it's about Sierra Leone. What impacts me impacts you as well, either directly or indirectly. You know, the South Africa, the Ubuntu ideology say, I am because of you. Because without you, I don't exist. Without me, you don't exist. We are humans. So that's what Sierra Leone, that's the African culture. It's similar to when they say, you are your brother's keeper. We have to care for each other. We have to be there for each other. We have to consider it when we do things. I can always say, if I'm doing something, I ask myself, what next? I'm able to get an answer, and they go back to the drawing board and try to consider why they do certain things. So that should be the encouragement we want to forgive everybody. Politics, they come and go. But politics important. You don't run away from it. And we get 3 months to elections, or less than 3 months to elections. You vote and you live, and we'll continue to discuss those conversations here. And election WatchNet series, we will come up with or discuss politics, raw politics, question things, be controversial. So if you want to be part of that, subscribe to Sierra Media, and they will continue the conversation. Thank you. Stay blessed wherever you are, and we hope to see you again soon. Over to you, T-Boy.
Thank you very much, Juma. You know, they also last week we'll do the C4C and their political saga in Sweden. Very interesting discussion. We've been getting Kono Company. You know, joining me for the Kono Company.
I miss that.
Kono Company, we not try.
I miss.
Femi try small. He come in at some point after the Kono Company done. But if we get some battle with two and me Kono brother there. I mean, get two of me brother in the platform. You know, it was a very interesting conversation.
So I wonder how you navigate that.
Papaya, can you imagine? It was a challenge, but I think I acted in a professional manner. I bet if you were watching us, you would not know exactly whether these two people are directly related to me. And one of them was my elder brother.
Well, that's good. That's the beauty about CRJ media.
Can you imagine? Me and big brother. Now I can't scrutinize Sarah the media. And he looked me being. He said, Tibo, you get mine there. I said, why? Why would they ask me? I said, why? It's about asking you the facts of
politician, so they never ask you political questions.
Politician, I never ask you the political question. They will sometimes possibly not go out for you. But they dealt with it so good, and I think they don't reaffirm the state of C4C, maybe likely. And I said to them, well, maybe they are forced to reckon with. It depends on how they see what they need for do going forward. But they don't come back together for push the party agenda, and they don't even say they are ready to go full blown for the presidency, for all the parliamentarian seats they were available.
Presidency, they not get asked to color.
Yes, they can forget. They can forget. It's flag bearer. You'll be surprised. They're working on it. They have potential candidates already, but they're not going for disclose.
No, social party, they Femi will go ahead.
Femi right now not get no side. The south side they have both, they don't destabilize. So basically they
no. Now C4C they not get candidates. Who they talk to Femi, who they sponsor them.
Femi no go give for go C4C man. If na NGC me for better because they get beaucoup diaspora. But C4C not get vote self better in this part of the world. And you know say na also Femi de London. The diaspora and I them beaucoup for NGC. So basically it don't lose out. Pass will make new party. Then something maybe we will make the flag bearer or possibly running it. You never know. But anyway, I want to say thank you very much to viewers them for joining us tonight. I believe tonight is one of the discussions they don't hold. We get a lot for do with direct issues then really affect Sierra Leone and Sierra Leoneans in the diaspora. But remember, if you're a Sierra Leonean and you have participated in so many different things to put Salon at the map, would you be happy if you're not being recognized for all your work towards contributing towards the development of Sierra Leone, whether official or unofficial? Let's think about it. We should not be politicizing things. Like Juma said earlier on, we are not sitting in power for make decisions the way they affect Sierra Leoneans them. So we are not the ones politicizing things on this platform. It's the politicians themselves that are sitting in office are the ones politicizing things, are the ones taking decisions that are not supportive of the people of Sierra Leone. So we therefore be very careful and mindful of how we accuse people. Yet again, we've seen the APC don't select them running mates when Honorable Chairman Ramadan Maduba, where they represent them for the fullest for this 2023 election. We're going to be very much interesting. Juma, I make mention to somebody a couple of days ago, say, imagine an Escoma join the campaign trail supported by Dr. Samuel Akamwa and Chairman Ramadan Maduba. How would that be?
That is bound to happen.
Of course, it is going to happen, not bound to happen.
It will happen, and there's nothing the SLPP is going to do about it because he's a member of the SLPP. The APC.
Juma, you mistake there.
Yeah, it don't retire. Well, it don't take a back seat because they don't get new executive, but he's still a senior player and I rights or belong like every other person. Just like how you have the, old people, the old guards of the SLPP, we're still in a campaign trail. Just like how you get the Inspector General of Police, former People's of Peoples, Sobula, when now finally then get the way SLPP close now America, they dance there, they pull that kill sign.
Yep.
I don't know how they sing this. But they say they never kill you if you team up before them. So this now been the Inspector General of Police doing that kind of sign, So the former president get right for participate. Although the vice president they don't make a statement against and say, oh, if you behave like a statesman, we'll treat you like one. But if you behave like a politician, we'll treat you like a politician. I don't know what that statement means.
What does that mean?
Is it the same for LAJ? if you are a musician, we'll treat you like a musician. But if you sing against us, you sing political songs, we'll treat you and make you a political prisoner.
So are they saying they will arrest former President Koma if you go campaign for APC?
Well, sometimes they go one try for stone now. I make us say there's nothing they're going to do about it. He's going to be speaking, just like how then do all the, what do you call the thing, injunction or whatever, for things that they don't pull power in iron. But he still ended up speaking
at the convention.
At the convention, he not just speak. After he was there when they do the oath, he was standing there. Right? So what can you do about it? You keep an eye out to, you rot it. You talk to you party demo, you could say. So you see, that catch it. Only legends like Femi and Tibo will understand that joke. Thank you,
Thank you very much, Juma. Just be kind of a quick one for making kind of almost for that quick topic. They were just link. I just tell random on the platform for see what thing will be your response. But I want to say thank you once more to the viewers the way they watch me online, and thank you for all your contributions. When they make, like Juma say earlier on, continue for subscribe to the YouTube channel and continue for share with likes and like we page and make sure say you share the program to people and really out there. We possibly go on for listen to the discussion. We get series of feedbacks from people and really watch we. Some they commend we for the work you do, some they criticize we for the work you do, some they say to me, guys, don't relent, keep doing what you're doing. We bump into them every other day, like Femi said earlier one way, but they do introduction. He doesn't know how much bigger fan base we have within our communities in the UK and all over the world. But I think, say, just like what you say, there are some of them that don't like what we're doing. They criticize us, they slam us, then they put in at a bad list, and they even put in at the, well, I'm not saying they put in at a bad other list too, but the list the only they put we know that for sure, say, what we are doing is not going down well to them because it is affecting their current status quo of what is happening in Sierra Leone. But we only get for talk, and I did two no more the talk, because through 9 number and say they bring peace. If you look at the TRC and we break them down into pieces, there were so many things that should not be in existence right now. There are so many institutions that should not exist right now. There are many people who are who are 110% playing active role in this political atmosphere. We get we not fully participate anymore in politics. But we say like we put that tool in a corner and look we revisit them, like we move on as a nation. But is that the nation that we want to see come 2023, June 24? Or we want to see another nation where will evolve after June 24, this 2023? Are we yet to see the worst of what is going to happen, or we yet to see a change? And he visited some of the best practices of politicians in Sierra Leone as we flag bearer of the APC political party say, not to be flag bearer, which you might watch me now, so not to be flag bearer, or no watch me now, watch me. But I go say so because I think, say, whatever happens in Sierra Leone, there is only two political parties that will make any change in Sierra Leone. It's either the APC or the SFPP. As of now, the APC has the potential, stand the chance for change waiting to happen as alone. So, you don't necessarily mean say we wait na APC and we should all watch them for doing you do. No, we will look at voting na the possibilities of voting will happen. If there is a change of government, we still get for continue for hold the government, we get for take over power into accounts, because they get for also be accountable to the people of Sierra Leone, because anything else we need the same now, so then we get for go by and we go ask them questions. We need to give them time for settle. We need to give them time for
what we have right now is not working for Sierra Leoneans.
Of course. So we need a workable solution.
We need to change that. Just like Sierra Leoneans demanded change in 2018. What is happening is not working for Sierra Leoneans, including the one them when are diehard supporters of the SLPP power government. It's not working. So we need to change. And that's, as Sierra Leoneans, we have to demand that change. That is all. If you say I'm partisan because of that, so be it.
Well, now you're nothing for do with particulars. Now the facts of the matter is there should be a change. We are free to say now the same reason we make them being kind of change for 2018 is possibly double the reason why we should have a change come June 24, 2023. So I want to say thank you very much to all the viewers on YouTube and Facebook, and thank you for all your contributions. And continue for follow the page, continue for like the page, continue for share the program. We might be coming up with any program at an surprising way anytime from now, because there is something big in the waiting. But as long as you subscribe to we, as long as you follow we, you will have notification, and it will not have to make you miss out on that particular program day at all, because it's very, very important. So stay tuned and continue for watch we. On behalf of myself and the Sierra Leone media team in the UK and America and Freetown, I say to you now all good night and possibly have a lovely weekend. And don't forget to join us again. This Sunday is Mother's Day, and we just say thank you to all the mothers them. We don't do so well for change lives as young people, as people, and we don't make their own contribution towards Sierra Leone. And we say rest in peace to all the mothers they would have lost over the past couple of years. May their soul be rest in peace, and may they continue for guide over we as they picking them. May they look after we affairs, and may they make sure so they put in the right spot of Osai we believe say before belong. So continue to watch us and continue to stay with us until the weekend. Have a lovely weekend and good night.
Na who's term this? Yes, this na term for all Salon people and them party them. Sierra Leone Media will be bringing you a variety of programs ranging from documentaries to discussions, interviews, news, views, sports, and entertainment. Our programs will contain matters on development, governance, the economy, and issues that are of importance to Sierra Leone. So, no left BNO because we get Bebe program then like Salon discussion, meets the ministers, the president's hour, and the Gladi program. Look me, I look you. All this they start soon na www.sierragemedia.org. Now who's term this?
Somebody,